Boop. Hey, how we doing? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? One, two, three. It's only a 3-second lag right now. That's a big bonus. Hello, hello, hello. What we do need, I guess, a couple more people downloaded. At least one more. Let's see. How are we doing today, guys? No, you're having a drama day. Why is that? Well, you still have plenty of time. You don't have to turn it in yet. No drama. I'm early. Kind of. You guys are ridiculous. We're not expecting art at this point. We're just expecting stuff that has worked on some of the things we've discussed so we can discuss them some more. Ooh, nice. So it's not really drama, it's just loud and noisy. Or is your neighbor a complete prick and they're doing it like over your mom's body or something weird? Okay, those are there. We can lower that. Let's get this. Boop. Download. Boop. Vector class. Extract. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, Eric, your thing is still not going to load for me. That's okay. Well, it's loading. It's just not hiding. It says it's open. Oh, well, shit fire. Did I? Hold on. I'm a dumbass. Okay. Let's try that again. What am I looking for? Project. Boop. I started working on something else and I loaded the whole project. Fair enough. No problem. You have plenty of time to get focused. Don't stress about it. Okay. Now I need to get I had all these loaded, and then while I was waiting, I was like, oh, I'll just work on this. And of course, being the dipshit that I am, I closed the tool that we were on. Okay, that's going to get tiresome. 1 second. Let's drag this out here so we can just tap it. All right. Boop. Hold on, you're talking about getting focused. Let me get focused so I get everybody up here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What am I doing wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then Eric's 11. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know. Who knows? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Did I hit this twice? I did. Delete all. Okay. Oh my gosh. Getting organized. All right. Let's see. I seriously doubt you fucked it up as bad as you think you did. Don't worry. Okay. I mean, my week was nothing dramatic. This whole getting up in the morning thing has completely screwed my internal clock, so I'm just always tired. It's a little bit of a drag, but that's okay. About your file, see how you would flat it down my OBJ. You mean remesh it? Or? No, okay, well, we'll open your file and we'll look at it. Hello, hello. Hey, there's nothing better than hairless koala. There are a lot of them in Australia, right? Didn't all their hair got burnt off? Their little bald koala. Oh my God, Kirk, you're way too energetic with good morning. 4 weeks left. Well, then guess what? You'll never learn. Upload your damn model. I don't care if it sucks. If you upload your model, we can talk about why it sucks, and in turn, you'll get better as opposed to not participating. Because you'll put your model up, or you won't put your model up, and then like 10 of the things that we would be talking about if you had your model up, you'll ask in the forum. So upload a damn model and start participating. It's more of my brushes. Well, why are you trying to do brushes? You're back to work now? Quarantine is over? Right on. Das ist gut. Oh, hold on. Let me just double check real quick and make sure that we are, live now. Okay, good. That means it's recording. It's weird, the restream attached to this OBS compared to the restream used by Pixelogic's different, so I never know what's going on. All right. Yeah. Sorry, you'll get yawny. I'm a Greek musician. Where did you upload it, Kurt? Oh. I'm not. Oh, okay. Still uploading. All right. Okay. 4 weeks left. I don't think that's true. It's a 6-week class, right? We've been more than 2 weeks. This is week 4 and week 3, right? 4th week for the first class, 3rd week for the second. Okay. Not that I'm real particular about it. I'm just like, my schedule. I'm like, oh my God, have I really lost a week or gained a week? What the hell's going on? Okay. Don't mess with my schedule. Oh my God. You'll confuse me so bad I won't know what's going on. All right, so who is going to be the order monitor today? Someone volunteer. I want one person doing it. And then you all sort out what order you're going to go in. But get one person. Someone volunteer to be order monitor. Who's organized is going to be here for a while. Okay, boom. Download. Boop. Download. Okay. Okay. You two figure it out. Okay. You'll figure out how you're doing it. But get me an order. Give me a list of the people in the order they're going to go into. Whoever's doing it, do it. And then give me an order so we can keep this a little smoother. Okay, I need that one. And I need that one. Up. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Oops. Boop. Okay. Man, oh man. I feel like I'm beat up. Oh man. All right. Okay, so everybody wants to go last. How about someone? Who am I doing right now? Give me a name. Be decisive, kids. You got to help me out here. It's weird. I can't see how many people are here. Okay. Kirk will go first. Dun 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 dun. Ah, good old waves. Right on. Okay. Okay. Right on, right on. Okay, cool. So 13 is enough to start, right? We've given everyone, well, I guess technically I usually give people another 4 minutes, but since this goes on, I think we're okay. Okie dokie, artichoke. All right, Kurt. Let's look at what you got here. Block up's good. I think like, obviously we're loading geometry up here because of just it going around, but that's fine. I mean, it's not enough to worry about. So when we get up here, we're doing okay. Hokusai. Little Hokusai waves. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, nothing too dramatic, honestly. Your geometry's okay. I think you just are having a little bit of, well, so I don't know if you're trying to get, oh, hold on, we need to load this. Boop. Mm-hmm. 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 So the only thing, I'm assuming that you want this to be the front wave, this to be layer 2, and this to be layer 3, or is this the front layer? Are we looking through the curl of the wave, right, where this is going to be here? So because this is just high, I know you haven't started sculpting yet, but if you look here, even you're not forcing the depth, right? If you're going to push depth, it should be stepped back, so our brains understand that this is behind this and this, because this being behind this isn't necessarily telling the same story, right? So you just want to be careful about your stepped layers. The bottom and the top are supposed to be the same level. You mean this one and this one? So we're actually looking into the curl of the wave. So if we kind of look at this in 3/4, you have no, I'm hearing crap about my perspective drawing here, guys. So it's supposed to be more like where this is the farthest back. Is that what you mean? Okay, so, well, then you instantly made a mistake here, because if this is supposed to be the farthest away from us, right, this is 3, 2, 1, 1, right? 1, 1, 2, oops. Gotta be careful about hitting that button. I gotta check my autosave as well. Come on. Oh, this is probably a huge model with everybody's. So, all right. Oh, let's just double check this. If that's the case, you definitely want see how you got it backwards then, because your detail lines. See, this one's going in front. This one's going in front. If you want those backwards, you have to get those layers to work as such. Clay tubes, right? So that would be your front wave, and then that comes out, then that comes up, right? Because that's behind this. And then that's got to be behind everyone else. Yeah. So first of all, you need enough depth to pull that off. And then you need to make sure that everyone is behind each other. And that one could probably come up and make a top wave there. So now you have your heights where they need to be, right? And once again, I would start off with, I think that you got a little thin. If you have something that's this multi-tiered, it's perfectly fine to start out kind of thick, but what's our slider subtool? So at this point, we're almost 6 mil thick, and that's fine for now, because you're sort of like we were talking about with, no, I don't know what class that was in, about like rotating your model to get a perspective and then flattening it. On something like this, you can always make it fatter and then really do good separation between each of your layers. And this way you can, that's the wrong one. Get your waves where you want them on each layer. Woo. Get good layer separation. Right. And this can come back. And so now you see you have your layers in the right direction. You're kind of selling that story that is going behind. Ooh, way too much. Come on. 4 million's plenty on this right now. Right, and so now you can tell the story of the separation. And as long as you're keeping these layers actually in front and behind each other, this story makes sense. Right, but that's behind that. And see, that makes a little more sense as far as your story goes. Right. And I mean, obviously, working on the waves is important, but I mean, just the fundamental issue of keeping the things that are in front of each other in front. Now, if you're a little wide, now if you go W and drag this back down to whatever your thickness wanted to be, let's say 3 mil, right? 3.6, that's fine. It's thinner, but it still retains the depth information that you're looking for. Does that make sense? No, by no means. Your block up's fine. I mean, you know, if you, hold on, let's duplicate. Lower our res all the way down. Delete higher. You know, it may have helped you if you, hold on, this is bumpy now. Okay, I've been asked this a few times and we'll just show this again. So I want this to be a flat back. I'm going to drag it down a little. I'm going to drag my gizmo sort of here in the middle, right? Get some high points and low points. That's the thickness I want it to be. If you notice, I am selecting the rectangle and I'm dragging. And you'll notice that that pulled all of those points up to the level of that axis, right? So now I have a flat back. And I can flip it and do the same thing. Oh, Christ, nope. Just bring this up here, slide my rectangle, boom, and now I have a flat surface. Now I missed that right there. You notice that got masked. So you got to make sure that that is unmasked and that retains its mask. All right, so now drag this up here. And now we have a flat top again. So what I was going to say is Q, let's smooth that out a little. If you knew that you wanted, hold on, I'm going to get rid of some of your geometry here. Okay, that's fine. I just did that because I don't want to futz with all this geometry. I want to make this a quick demo. Right? So this way, in your block up, you could have come in and polygroup all, brought that up, and then, oops, stop it, come on, there we go. You can see doing this at an earlier stage in the block up where you're dealing with your layers. That could come up, you know, in this way, at least you're thinking about what, insert loop, and then I'm going to take this guy back. No, I got some of those edges, didn't I? Nice to have some, oh, those are masked. Still masked. Right. And at least that way you'd have, you know, your correct order. So you may have wanted to have created steps there, right? And then that way you wouldn't have gotten confused about the directionality of your waves, right? But all in all, I think you're okay. Does that make sense? How did I just selected it. Mask. I flipped it. W. Brought it down here and just, right? Everyone get that? You know what? Brush strokes, I think, really are just habit. What it comes down to, I mean, if you notice, I don't have very smooth brush strokes at all, right? I'm constantly, you know, I approach the layer, kind of get it where I want it, fill it up from behind a little, right? And then I literally just kind of, right? I mean, it's just really developing a hand and getting used to a tablet and stylus. To be fair, I do have a Cintiq as opposed to an Intuos or whatever, so I'm literally drawing on my surface, right? So I can see where my pen and stuff is. But I would say mostly it's really just getting used to laying down strokes. I mean, that's sort of like, you know, asking in driving, like, how do I stay in my lane? Well, you drive enough to where you have the manual dexterity to stay in your lane. A lot of this really is just developing, you know, rhythm. And also I think some of it really comes down to, it's not necessarily your strokes are uneven, right? It's just they're in the wrong place, right? You had this completely backwards. right? You wanted this to be in the front, but it was in the back. So how do you retain that? So I think a lot of times it's not necessarily that your brush stroke is wrong. The other thing is I tend to, like I said, I'll decide on depths, right? I'm going to push that one back. I want this one in front. And if you notice, I come in and I build my layers up first, right? So I know kind of what's in front of what, and then get my layers in there. You can see I'm putting down a lot of lines to figure out where things are. And then once I know where it is, I come in and use the edge of my clay tubes to give me that graphic, and then I fill in one side, right? So I think a lot of it's just learning how to y'all shouldn't be playing with your focal shifts and all that too much. Most of my brushes are set up where they're good. Focal shift is just that. It's how sharp your edge is. If you have your focal shift all the way to 0 on clay tubes, you're going to wind up with a really juddery, noisy brush, right? Now, if you just leave it at where I set it, you have a nice sharp edge, but it's not noisy. And those settings all have to do with your roll distances and your lazy mouth distance. Even though you're not using lazy mouth on these brushes, those settings matter. And you know what? You don't need to know it, because if you're using my brushes, they're set up okay. And at some point in your career, when you feel comfortable making objects, you can go in and make your own brush palette. But don't get all wacky and think you need to know all this crap. Yeah. Yes, every brush has a different focal shift. It has a different pressure setting. Every brush has every setting customizable. And, if you're still working on trying to figure out which direction your waves are going, the last thing you need to do is worry about focal shifts in your brush settings. Because you do one little brush setting change, and chances are you're not going to experiment truly scientifically, where you just move one thing, change it and move it back, and then you move one thing and then move it back. You're probably going to get in there and start sliding sliders, and you're going to completely screw your brushes up. I'm not saying I don't have faith that you are intelligent enough how to figure out brushes, but there's a reason that I use someone else's brushes, and that is because it is a pain in the arse to wrap your head around what's going on with some of these brushes. And a simple, even like a half point change, if it's to the right thing, your brush will never work the same way again. So, this is where a lot of new students completely fucking pork the pooch. And that is, they want to learn everything, right? Until you can get your block up sorted out and then be able to create objects, right? Don't worry about brush settings. Unless the brush sucks, it's not doing what you want. But if you use my brushes, you can do anything that I do, right? Because, my brushes are set up to do what I do. At the bottom of the brush palette, there's a reset brush button. Yeah, that is true. Oh my God, we just got raided, guys. Well, hi guys. Welcome to class today. We're just critiquing the classwork. That's a lot of people. I don't think I ever have 108 viewers. Class, we just got raided. That's okay. So, does that make sense, Kurt? Do you kind of see where your issue was from the beginning of not getting your my sound's low? Okay. Is that better? Okay, cool. Hello, kind and gentle folk. I hope we're doing okay today. It's not spam. It's one of my Friends had a bunch of viewers, and then when they close off, they shift their viewers to another viewer, and it's a very kind thing to do because it increases my percentages and stuff with, but that's the disadvantage of doing classwork in a public forum. But that's okay. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Mike is an amazingly talented artist who is a friend, and we just got rated, so that's okay. Oh, no, it's fine. We're all good. All right, so who's next? You're not interrupting. It's fine. I mean, I'm going to continue on and do the critiques, and you can sit there and watch if you choose. Yeah, no, critique sessions are always good to set up. um, is Brian next? Is that what I'm understanding? Or did Brian just upload a file? Okay, so Sarah, you're next. Let me find you. Boop. Haha. You know, these koalas are awesome, but they're naked. I have to hold on. We have to mask that off. I can't be showing naked koala in my. Yeah, no. All of the models came in fine. All right. Well, the only thing I would say is I would change the pose on each koala so it doesn't look like you just copied and pasted the koalas. Um, I was just, I was going to be very cruel and say this is post-fire koalas. Yeah. Okay, I'm that guy. I know. Okay, just once again having time and understanding it, understanding that you should do it doesn't matter if you didn't do it. And so this is the full koala. It's like the full Monty, only different. Yep. All right. So looking good. I think that no, even that's fine. Oh, we have an extra koala in there. Sorry. I'm like, why is that off? Okay. So the other thing I would say is leaves don't just grow out of trees, right? So if you made a leaf brush, because a lot of these leaves look pretty similar, um, right? I see that you created these. Even if obviously this is not a tree, right? This is an abstract representation of the tree, right? So don't worry that it's not necessarily coming from a limb, blah, blah, blah. But I think that you're going to wind up being happier. And I know, oh, I'd do it. I didn't have enough time. But just make sure that these kind of are attached to something that even if it's just something as such where your leaf ends, right? And then you just have something that is pseudo representational of a limb, and you can have your same, abstract swirling going on. It's just, I think something in that vein would make more sense than just leaves coming out of a tree. And you can keep it swirly and active and stuff. It's just, I think you'll be happier at the end of the day with leaves coming out of something. And you could even just do something like that. So it's pseudo representation of a tree. How would I do the trunk texture? I tend to use, I like crumple a lot with trunks. And so there's a brush in here called Crumple. Crumple. And it's very nice. And how I tend to use it is, so your grain's going like this, right? Your big grain is going this way. So stroke against the big grain. Hold on. Come on. Get my crumple brush here. And if you'll notice, the harder you do it, the weirder it looks, obviously. So we're just trying to apply a big pattern here. So you just kind of stroke with the grain that you're going in. All right. And you can change it and get that big grain kind of set in. And then make your brush smaller and go against the grain. Now be warned, this is a very destructive brush, so I tend to remesh right after I do this because there's no real sculpting on it after you crumple it. But you can see you can get like a rough feeling of your texture, and then you can come in with twist, let's say. I know that's shocking that I would go to twist. And you can, I would make that smaller. You can come in and establish, you know, a more kind of guideline for it. But just remember, the other thing is that if you make when you're doing your block out, let's see if we can get before crumple so we can show you. And you make these a little bit more defined, the crumple will grab onto, the crumple is grabbing the peaks of those textures. So let's say you take build up and you do this with build up. And get your sort of details in where they're a little more dramatic here, you know. If you just get a little bit more height in these, right? Ooh, whoa, whoa, that's not, that was supposed to be shift. Whatever you're deciding. Then crumple gets a little bit more melodramatic. So no, Gary, that's fine. This is live. I don't, you know, it doesn't, I don't mind that people watch, and you know, it just, during the class stuff, we're only looking at the models for the class. So if we get enough interest, I'd be happy to run a crit day, you know, just normally. If that's something that people want, just tell me, and I'd be happy to help out. And like I said, you're more than welcome to sit and watch and, you know, maybe ask a question or two, but for the most part, we're going to be dealing with the classes stuff. So the material is Ma Dirty Blue, and you can get it at Pixelogic's resources page under materials. But you can see that with the deeper lines, you can get a much more dramatic bark, and then, you know, you can come back in with like SK Smooth or something and knock it down to where it's subtle again. But it gives you a nice organic rhythm that you can work with, right? Because I don't know what bark on eucalyptus trees look like. Okay, so let's see what we have. Yeah, no, that's fine. How do you make a leaf brush? Um, so the easiest way is to go here, make a plane. Have I really not gone over this? I'm sorry. Um, I forget, like I said, we get in different places in the different classes, so it gets confusing sometimes. Sorry. Just kind of give yourself a little range, divide it up to where you have detail. And then I would probably do something like this. And I would have like 3 different ones, so you can just hop between them. Mm-hmm. Right. And here, let me use build up just so we can be aggressive really quickly. Planer to clean up those edges because I got a little squirrely. So we're doing this on a flat, right? Oh, I'm like, where are my brushes? They're not in the right order. Stop that. It's always a chore when I come back to this little keyboard. I always... Right. Get your leaf sorted out. Get your brush size big enough. Extractor from brush. Start here and just scroll down. Now, because I went... because we started with a star, come back to this guy, come back here to where I made it. I forgot to hit my plane. I knew I was forgetting something. So that's my flat plane, right? So we're going to go here, hit control, make this the history state. Otherwise, you'll wind up with a star in your pattern because extractor goes all the way back to wherever the beginning of the history state is. Let's try that again. Here, let me make this a little wider. Shoot. And let's get that and make that a little wider. Just so my brush has a place to go. All right. Make sure your brush is big enough. Extractor from brush. Give yourself a little room. Let it process. Boop. There we go. And that should be... Yeah, you can see that where I stretch that out, we get a little bit of change there. So just make sure that you're doing it small enough, and so you can see how it changes direction. It can be straight, it can curve in, and at least this is just a quick way to throw down some geometry if you're trying to get just stuff in there quick. And you can see that if you have a couple of them, and they'll bend, so you can have them going in different directions. You don't want that edge. That edge is on my original, so that's why it's there. Yes, VDM brushes actually have dimensionality, and they don't drag on as such. A VDM brush, you're putting on more like this, right? You're getting your thing and you're dragging it on. You're not getting something that's a repeating pattern, and it doesn't distort as your brush stroke moves, right? I mean, you can see here. You can't get that motion distortion out of a VDM. This is another place, like you could build a bark texture here, get it nice and flat. You can get bark alphas, right? And get them in here, make an extractor brush, and then when you're doing, where are you again? Where did you go? There you are. And then as you're doing this, if you had a bark alpha, you can, bring it in and, you can lay down a repeating tiled pattern as you go along. So you can do that crumple thing flat and get, one or two different brushes, flip between them, and, lay in sort of here, and then maybe like there, and then here, and then switch brushes, and now go back to that, and then there, and there, and that would give you a variation of barks. So, oh, my Discord isn't working? Damn it. I have to figure that out. Me and Discord, I don't know why Discord hates me so much. Sorry, I apologize. I haven't been working on my Twitch for a little while, so my Twitch is not the smoothest running machine at the moment. What do you mean, what barks? What I mean is you can, hold on. Is like you can come here. Planer, get rid of that. You could come in and start, like one that has a knot in it, and then one that doesn't. Do like 2 or 3 of these. Hold on, no. Let me come in here and come. Right. No. Get crumple. And get a bark. It's sort of a gnarly, bumpy. Now, planer, and get your edges flat. Let's do planer flatten. Right. So now you have, and obviously you'd come up and tune this up to look a bit more like bark. then I would come in and with masking, you know, change my levels in here somewhere, just so it's not all flat. I'll just do one transition here. Grab, move. Right. And then once again, make sure this is big enough. Extractor from brush. Stop it in pattern. Hold on. And you can be very clever about this, you know, cut it in half, flip it up so it is a, come on. All right, you're not going to escape for me. Where it's a repeatable tile, you flip it, you chop it, you flip it, and you make it repeating. So as you drag it, you don't get the steps in it. So let's go from brush. This will be not the best repeating pattern, but we're going to stop there. And now there won't be an airspace in between the patterns. Well, you can try to scump. You can try to scump over the Pringle. Now, I would just duplicate it and then just project my old one to it. I wouldn't bother remeshing, because you're at the level you want, or just choose the crumpled one as your history state, because you don't have to demolish the geometry, if that makes any sense. One sec. Here. So we have this guy. Here's the bark real quick. And then you can stroke the other direction, and it'll kind of go the other direction. So that's how you can get some variance. But I think it's probably better if you make a few of them, right? But that's a quick way of getting some texture on there too, is just make a few brushes that have some bark textures that you like, and then just come in. And obviously, the other nice thing about the extractor brush is that, you know, you can do it, you can change your brush size and the pattern changes size. So let's say you have this little area that you want small, and you can make it smaller, and it's also pressure sensitive, right? So if you really want it to poke, you press hard. You can be real soft. And you can see that you can really dictate what's going on by pressing hard. It gets bigger. See how the pattern got bigger and deeper? So that's an easy way to get some, you know, patterns, whatever they be. They could be geometric or organic, right? So that's another quickie way of getting texture in that's consistent. You know, it's all the same style. You can really control it. But the other kind of cool thing about extractor is, like, you're like, okay, so you've extracted, right? And you've been pushing and pulling. You're like, you know what? I really just love this area right here. So now you can go from brush, make this the size you want it. Can't change the size once you do from brush. See, you have to from brush. You can start here, do that. Now watch over here. So like if you have that one little sample, but it's not long enough, right? It repeats too often. You can do a whole section. And now because my brush goes off of the pattern right here. But now we've taken a larger sample, and you notice I did it with a swoop, right? So watch this. It'll change dramatically. as soon as this saves. You can save these alphas. Hold on. Right, so see how that's a lot longer? You can come in here and see, I can go back to any of those older ones. Boop. Right, and it's doing that one. And I can come here and go to this one. Now this one's longer, right? And so now I can come back here, get my brush, start soft. Right, and you can get, now you notice this has really soft edges, right? That's because this is where fall off is important, right? If I don't want it that soft, I can change my focal shift, make it sharper, and you see how it has sharper edges now, right? Now you might have to come back in and deal with those sharper edges, but you can see how just by changing the pressure, it doesn't look like it's the same repeating pattern. Now be warned, when you do come around certain corners, it's not perfect, there's like a chatter to it, but you can see that very quickly I can get a very dynamic texture surface chain. Right? Boop, 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 boop. So that's a fast way of doing it, right? And this stuff right here, that's that chatter when I, because I changed my focal shift. Make sense? And this is all very organic, right? I mean, let's say you had a planar, and then light box. Do we have a, oh, hold on. Here. Let me go to standard. Let me go to drag, and let's go here. And isn't there just a, well, that's fine. Hold on. Focal shift. Boom. 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 So this works with, you know, anything. And then you'll notice over here, it'll come in with stripes. You can do it. Come on. Doom, doom, doom. There we go. And so now if you needed, right? So this is a way that if you really want a scalable, repeatable tiling pattern, it's a super easy way of doing it. And once again, it's pressure and angle sensitive, right? Make sense? Oh, goodness gracious. So that, once again, is sort of extractor and some of the things you can do with it. And why coming to the critiques is so important, because we don't have time to go through everything in the classes. So that's why I'm taking the time to actually go through the tools during the critiques so you can see their usages. All right, let me, Oh, hold on. So duplicate. Let's take this back to way back here. Oh, man, my shoulders are not supposed to make those crumpy noises. So if we come here and we make this our history state, control. When we come back here, instead of going through all the projection remesh, you have your geometry here, right? This is where you can use your history brush, kind of get it big, and I would make it, my focal shift a little softer. I don't know if freeze subdivision levels. No, freeze takes you all the way back down. So if this were the last thing that you're going to do to it, right? You have your form and everything. It's easy enough to delete lower and deal with this as history. If you're going to continue working on it, you project. Does that make sense? So here's the thing. History brush doesn't work on multiple subdivision tools. Okay? So and this is why I would suggest, hold on, let's duplicate this one more time. Duplicate. So if I were at the end of my project, right, and I knew that I wasn't going to need to work on it anymore, and this was the last thing that I was doing to it, I would delete lower, and now our history brush has the texture there. Come back to history brush, and oh, it's not that. Sorry. Let's go back. History brush work. You know, so I'm totally high on crack turn. What's it saying? Symmetry isn't active. What are we talking about? Oh, I guess it was. I just didn't have anything selected. Okay, there we go. Never mind. I'm completely high on crack. It's working. Hold on. Let me. Okay, we have our subdivision levels. I thought that was giving me a subdivision level error. Okay, ignore me. But still, this holds true. Never mind. We have our history state. We have a sculpted thing, but we sculpted it pretty dramatically, right? And it's all over the place, right? You know, well, I got all this texture, but I really don't want it everywhere. So we come back to here, and we can just, with the history brush, kind of just, right? We don't even have to get all the way up to it. We can just work our way up to, okay, I want that to be dramatic, but I want this to be softer. And I can just kind of come in and get it to where it's just where I want it, right? And you can change this by changing your Z intensity of your history brush. And you can kind of just creep up on your textures a little. And this way you're not committed to the full Monty of your, whatever you just did with your texturing, right? And this way you can control where that texture goes. So the history and having a textured option makes a big deal, right? You come in here, like, well, I like that ridge. I'm just going to continue that ridge down, but I want this down here to be smoother, right? You can see how you can really control where your new textures are going. And see, with all the stuff that was crumpled up here, we just apply this, and we're getting that crumpled texture, but we're not mangling our geometry. See? So in this case, when you already have your geo and you're pretty well along, you can use history brush to get that texture right back to the model. So instead of having to mesh and remesh, you just come back in, do your sculpture on one subtool, and duplicate it, and then you can just history brush it over to the subtool. So that way you don't have to go through your remeshing. You can do all of your destructive stuff on one tool and then just project it back to the other tool. So that's a very useful thing in the process, um, and it works very well. But why introduce you with stop, project, reproject? Because retaining that subdivision and understanding what's happening when you're doing it's very important. But now you can see with the history tool, some of those steps can be removed and you can just do it here. And the nice thing about it is you can really get wacky in some areas and decide that that's what you want, or you can just tune your brush down, do a nice little soft stroke across it, and just imply the work that you've done, right? That compared to that. Yeah, right, you can see that I can just barely touch it in or press hard and get it all. Right? So, super good. I kind of like your naked koalas. They're actually quite absolutely humorous. And I would probably only put a leaf in one of their mouths just so there's a difference. I would change it. Have one open, one closed, and one with a leaf in it or something, just to give them slightly different characters. But yeah. Have any questions about this? No, I just mean like just so they look differently. Have one that has, no no leaf. Oh, and a smile. Look, it's happy koala. That one has a leaf, and then no leaf, and oh, look, he's frowny koala. So, that way from here you can't tell there's a difference. Like if it's on your pen and someone's walking around, oh, you're like 3 koalas, and when you zoom in, you're like, oh, well, wait a minute, each one's different, right? And I think that like I said, they're like those little secret things about jewelry that people see if they buy it, and then they'll see if you see it, right? They're like, oh, but did you notice they're 3 different koalas? And that's where if you left them all in the same pose, but you change the expressions on their face and just move their fingers a little so it doesn't look like an exact clone, but they're all real close. And then change the facial expressions. Sometimes that's even cooler than having them in 3 radically different poses. Now you're playing tricks with people because you're like, oh, well, did you actually notice that they're different? And those are those stories that I talk about. So I make them very different, so it's very obvious that they're 3 separate things. Or you keep them almost the same and just change little things. And then that's one of those things where people have to get in, look, and they're like, oh, well, wait a minute. So, that's sort of that thing that you can play with. Oops, sorry. Do we have any other questions on this? I think, all in all, I think that it's, great. It's a fun piece. Is that, did you send me, you mean the koala full resolution, this one? Did you send me? Oh, okay, hold on. Is Randy not in here? Randy's not watching the live stream, but he's commenting on Jewelry Workplace. Or is just Randy being very multitasking here? All right, hold on. Oh no, I need this one. Didn't I? Yeah, we obviously downloaded the You go there. You go there. You go there. And then in there. And at least that way I know which ones I've downloaded and the such. Boop. Boop. Okay, these, I did load these, didn't I? Did I bring these in already? Oh, no, over there. Okay. Yeah, this should be Mike's, right? Okay. Just, sorry. I get confused on whether I did something or not. Well, I think you did a good job of it. You know, let's say you want, so here's your koala, right? And now you want him to be, use the gizmo, right? Don't just move it in the screen. Decide what your presentational direction is going to be. And let's say we want it like this a little bit more. We want him coming, ooh, everybody. So if you notice, hold on, undo. You notice I did this and I just moved my koala. We can grab this button right here, see the multiple comes, and then everybody turns. Unless, of course, it is masked. If you have one of these masked, it won't do it. The other thing you can do is if you hold down Control Shift and tap, you can see the things that are multiple subtools in here, right? And so this way, Control Shift allows you to pick which subtools you do want to use, or see like this one, I'm just rotating that, right? I'm unselecting things. So if they have lines through it, it's not going to move it. If it doesn't have lines through it, it's going to move it. So we're going to rotate our little guy around here until we decide that he's presentational. We're like, okay, that's the angle I want him to come in. No, I want a little more from the side. Okay. And now kind of want him to be a little flatter. So in here, you just wiggle him around until you get that area you want, right? And so now, oh, I just lost his eyeballs. Oops. You have an eyeballless koala, sorry. So at this point, you know, I think that it will crush everybody. Yeah. And then you really literally just do that. You get it in, and now, oops, you do that. And now he's squished, he's in, right? Hold on. I'm just going to hide the eyeballs since I totally porked the pooch on the eyeballs. Here is where some of the dimensionality issues can come up, right? You're like, okay, well, I want his face to be a little more dimensional, right? So I can come in here and I can mask this off. And then I'm going to come down and I'm going to mask the back side of this off, because I want it to basically stay where it is, right? And so now come over here, oops. All right, and so now I can go back to my gizmo, straighten this out. Nope, straighten this out. Oh. Hold down Alt, straighten this out, come over here. And now, oops, I needed that flipped. Oops, hold on. We need to get the front of that paw out. And so now, W, I'm going to drag this over here, get it straight, and I'm going to flatten this stuff and pull it up. flatten. So all of that in the back got real flat, right? And so now I know that I can go from here. Let's just get there, and let's unmask that, because I want his arm. Hold on. Oh, mask. I'm like, what am I doing? Get that there, get that there. Because I want this to be more dimensional since it's out front. Flip that, and now I can come right here and squish this stuff back a little farther. And then what we can do is grab from there to there, flip, go to the front, and kind of push that back down. Let's make sure everybody's masked, that we need masked. Oh, that's the other tool. Boom. Come to the tip and pull that down. Oops. You have to get the rest of his face unmasked because you want his face to be more dimensional. We'll go back some and get some depth out that way, and we're going to push that up so it's in the right place here, right? Can't go back now. Never mind. We'll just go from here. We'll go from the front, stretch that up, have those leaves unselected. But now you can see where your stretch point is here. This is where you grab, move, and pull some of this stuff back down to its edges. And now you're getting dimensionality there. So you can futz with it, and you can see that. So now, and obviously you're going to have to come play with some of this. I wasn't super careful. I have so many layers here. I wasn't paying exacting attention. But you can see that your face is pretty flat. You know, your hands are flatter, flatter, flatter. And then that way you can futz with the depth and what's important, right? And now let's go. And that way, if you did need to flatten it more, see how the face is still pretty dramatic, the front arm's pretty dramatic, and then you can see you can come in here and just real quick, because these are so low, just one quick swipe with a brush, and you've really punched the dimensionality of these things, and it's still incredibly low, right? Does that make sense? Okay, hold on. Koala. All right, Kurt. You assign your history state by pushing Control on the orange dot, right? I'm now going to select this as my history state, hit Control. Where'd my orange dot go? Oh, there it is. Hit Control, tap on it, and now that is the history state. I know that I've gone over history states repeatedly, so. And then if you hit Control and tap it again, you can turn it off. Okay, so hold on. Okay, well, we can try to flatten it out at the same angle if you want. You mean the same angle you have? Hold on, let me get everyone back to their original places. So you want it flattened from this angle? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you would definitely have to remesh this because, well, the other thing you would have to do, I'm just going to go back to the bear and bring it all the way back up. Come on. We've changed our angle. Let's get our log and we'll change our angle. Because the other thing, I'm just going to turn this off because I didn't move it. Because the other thing you're going to have to do here is you're going to have to come here because, right, you have all this crap going on, all these things that are overlapping and they're all futzed up. So you come here, group by front, turn this on, and you see we now have two different polygroups. You can take this, tap, mask, boop. And now here again is where we go W. We bring it down here to the back edge and we drag. Oops. Turn that off. We drag. And now that has no undercuts, right? And then we will do the same here, group front, mask. Oops. Group front. Are those different groups? I hate it when it puts things that are real similar on top of one another. Okay, now tap. Tap. Mask it. W. Straighten it to the world. Come to our back layer. Pull it through. Everyone's masked. Oh. Sorry. So if you hit Control Shift while you're in Gizmo, see how it masks? Where if you hit Control Shift when you're not in Gizmo, it selects the polygroup. So Gizmo, see how we tap that front? It just masks the front. So you can do it that way too. Okay, so there you go. And now you don't have any undercuts. Now the thing about this is that if there are sharp lines, right? If you have a bunch of really graphic lines, it's going to cut the line in. So like right here, see how it pulled that in? So it's a little weird. Every once in a while you have to come through and just inflate some of these intersections, right? Hold on, we're not there. Turn that off. Unmask that. See what I mean? How, because this and this surface were going back, but that edge is a little pillowy. Sometimes you just have to come in with inflate and get the little area set up. And you're going to have a couple little lumps sometimes. But getting those lumps sorted out, and it's usually at see like there, that puffed in. And this is where it's good to kind of fill these lines in, get everybody where you want it to be. Get your lines filled in. And then hold on, merge visible. Let's just get this to a different tool. Okay, so you notice how I don't have the eyeballs, I don't have these leaves selected, but I want to work on this tool as one piece. So now I can go merge visible, and it will create a separate tool over here at some point. Oh, you cheesy bastard. You're killing me. All right, let's look at questions. Actually, I would probably remesh by Dynamesh, reproject, um, because once again, you're going to wind up with a lot of these weird little spaces, and Dynamesh is more aggressive in that remesh. Like remesh by union will leave more chatter. And actually, you know what? This would be a good time to show you guys that. All right, really stop. There's no reason that that should take you that long. Okay. It's going to take that long. Well, it's really not so many steps when you just think about what you're doing. It's like the difference between remesh by union and remesh by Dynamesh. At the end of the day, they're doing the exact same thing, right? You're creating a shell. So in this case, it doesn't necessarily matter to me because we're going to probably Z remesh because you're probably going to work on it more, right? But to get rid of these deep, oh my gosh. Come on. Okay. Not going to wait for that. There's no reason in the world that that's taking that long. So we are just going to reboot. You know, like I said, a lot of this isn't necessarily that it's a huge amount of steps. It's just wrapping your head around what the tool is doing. And that's why, like, every once in a while I get a little pissy where I'm like, well, no, it's not about learning this step in this setting. It's about wrapping your head around what the tool is doing so you can make the best decision. Really, we haven't even saved. Oh, no, there we go. At least we're there. That's good. You know, you need to be able to understand what the tools are doing, right? And that's why I'm like, no, you need to get your block up sorted out before you can go on. Because if you can block something up, then you can sculpt anything. Because really a lot of this stuff for jewelry is, you know, making it square and rounding the edges sometimes. So when we go through these, it's really not about you have to learn this series of steps. It's what is happening and why am I doing it, right? So I'm just going to use this koala because the other one's not uploaded, right? So we have our koala. We have our koala. Is everybody with me? This is a 9 million poly koala. I am going to decimate this koala. We don't need that much resolution. 1 million will be fine. And actually this will make a uglier mesh. And when I try to do this, it'll leave us more chatter and you'll see what I mean. Okay, so. My machine at home is so much faster. I get so impatient. Like, come on, you can do it. Okay. I think making sound effects is an important thing to learn while teaching, because then I can sit here and make noises and entertain you, because I know it's incredibly entertaining. All right. If you can also look at the block up very... You know, what's funny, I don't even really have to look at the block up. Your block up's fine, because as I've been sculpting on it, there's no geometry that's been stretched or weird. So, I mean, your geo's fine. Where block up starts is where you can instantly tell that there are issues with block up is if somewhere along the way I'm rubbing on something and, the sculpture, I can't touch it because it's stretched, distorted, or mangled. So there's nothing I haven't been able to do with this block up, so the block up's fine. But I would be happy to well, I mean, you're at 9 million poly. Why is this taking so long? Oh my God. Hey, it's true though. If you're not making noises, you're not trying. Okay. Oh my God. Maybe I'm just tired and that's why I'm being very impatient, but this is fucking killing me. It's like we need to get through this. So this is an important part. So I'm going to be patient. But this is only a 9 million poly model. There's no reason in the world this is taking this long. Oh wait, maybe there is. Did I not clean out the computer from last time? Are we completely choking our computer out? Oh no, we have some free space. Jesus. I definitely have to change the drive in this thing. If it doesn't have a 2 terabyte drive in it, I just kill them. Okay, so we're at 1 million polys. All right, so we're here. We are going to Control W and make it all one poly group. We're going to turn lines off so we can see our poly groups. Okay, so here's our groover. Same poly group all the way around, right? We now group front. Now you can see everywhere there's an undercut, it's made a different poly group. We go, okay. I'm going to tap on this guy. And you see how it only selected the front mask. Come back. I hold down Control Shift, I brought it back. Gonna get my gizmo on, get it aligned to the world. Gonna bring this back here. Make sure we're below the lowest point, wherever that is. That's the lowest point I'm seeing, so we are below the lowest point. And now I'm just gonna drag all this back. Now, you can see that that has pulled that back. So that is going all the way through, right? That's one poly, it's not going to work, sorry. So the thing you have to wrap your head around is sometimes, in reality, that's an airspace going all the way down. Now, if you don't see them as lines, you're usually okay. And you can see right here. So let me get smooth on. Let me turn this off and then let me make this a little bigger. 0.7. And I'm just going to do a very big dramatic smooth here so you can kind of see. Big dramatic smooth. And you can see these are, see that's actually not crossing over. Those are little edge spaces. So you can do a few things. You can come, I find inflate works the best. You can come by and try to inflate this a little. But you can see one of the problems is that this is all just one polygon, right? You have all the polygons up here. and you have all the polygons down here, but this is literally, because I've dragged it, this is one single polygon right there. So that becomes a messy, or a mesh issue, right? You know, it's messy and noisy. So since we're at 1,000,000 polygons anyway, if we just come in, duplicate, W Dynamesh. Because like I said, Dynamesh is a little bit more aggressive in our remesh. So let's get this done. My watch is dying. I know we've only gotten through 1.5 and we're almost an hour in. Actually, we're almost 2 hours in. Is that true? No. Oh my God. Okay. I'll try to pick it up. Sorry, guys. Okay, so here we have changed the geometry. And now let's duplicate this. And now we are going to remesh by union. This is kind of, I want you all to kind of wrap your head around some of this. That's why I'm spending the time on this, because I'd prefer not to waste class time necessarily on this stuff. I mean, we'll touch on it, but I want you, this is a easy, oh, you fucking miserable cocksucker. Okay. Did I say that out loud? Goodness gracious. You might have your lock accidentally connected. It could be masked. There could be tons of problems. Give me a second here. What? What are you going on about? It didn't like that. Okay, hold on. You can do it. Come on. Boy, today is just ass hattery. Was it the mask? Was it masked? Ta-da! Let me get this over so I can actually see what the hell you're all saying. All right. So I'm going to remesh this just so it didn't like that last one. It kind of choked out. And instead of me sitting here and futzing with this and crashing, this should still give you, to show you the difference. Okay, so now let us W remesh by union. Well, if it's not doing it, then you should understand why it's not doing it, I would assume. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's come over here. Let's look at this. And so you can see, and I even remeshed this, so this is even a little cleaner. You can see that this intersection is really stretched and mangled, where Dynamesh, it's a much cleaner, more homogenized mesh. Now, it's a little softer, right? If you look, we will have lost geometry in here. Right? From there, you can see that that's softer, right? Because remesh by union retains our original geometry. Dynamesh homogenizes everything. So we have a softer mesh because it is trying to make the mesh completely equal. So do we see the difference here between, this is our original, remesh by union has just created a Boolean mesh. Now these intersections could be uglier, but you know, you're not losing any surface detail. Here, we know that we've lost a little mesh, but let's flip these. And you can see that for the most part, that's pretty clean. Now let's come up here. And since I remeshed this, it might not be as dirty as I want it to be. But see here, see this stuff here, these floaters and these pins. This is where there was airspace in between those joints, right? And that is now down. Now some of this stuff is just floating. Some of that is actually the surface, right? So if we go flip and we look at that, you know, let me get smooth and just see if it joined, but you can see that it's ugly, right? Now that creates that chatter. Now anytime you do a Boolean on something that's somewhat sculpted, like if you're just Boolean things that are, you know, 40 polys, it's not a problem. But if you are Boolean things that are like this, where it's sculpted and you know you have a bunch of things, the easiest thing to do is this. And I do this all the time. If one of your meshes is not reading solid, run this because you might not have done it. But just before you end your process, you'll want to do this. And so what we're going to do is we're going to auto group this. Okay. Now see this split hidden right here? That's the thing you want to look at. So now I'm going to hold down Control Shift and I'm going to tap this. Now do you notice split hidden is here now? Right? See how it's lit up? So what we have done, let's go back up here real quick. Just so everyone understands this. So these are all on the same subtool, right? Now think of these as stuff that's all inside that other model. Okay, well here, let's just do it this way. Boom. Okay, these are all on the same subtool, flip, and you can see those stars are just floating around on the inside of that shell. Okay, flip. Some of that stuff's super small though. So we're looking at this. This is after my Boolean, right? So now all of these are the same poly group, right? Because they are divisions of the last part. So what we do is we go auto group. And now what that's done, see it's assigned every little spectrum its own poly group. So now, I'm going to do this inside out so you can see it. You have to be off gizmo, okay? Because Control Shift Tap does masks in gizmo, and that's not what we want to do. So make sure you're not on gizmo, hold down Control Shift and tap. So what that does is that selects the poly group we tap on, right? And you'll notice, see split hidden? It has taken all of these and it hid it. So now I'll go split hidden and you can see that they're there, right? Well, we don't want those, so we'll just delete them. But you can do delete hidden instead of split hidden. But you notice split hidden is not lit up. So that's how you know when split hidden lights up, you know that there was stuff inside your model that split out. And then you just go delete hidden, but I want you all to see this, so that's why I did delete all. Okay, so with that in mind, let's come back to our groover here, right? And see how it has split hidden. Now I'm going to actually split it so you can see it. And you're like, well, what is it? I don't know. It's super small, whatever the hell it is. So we can't even see. It's something down in here. It's probably residue from one of these two intersections. That's probably what that is. So we're just going to come here, delete. Okay. But you notice that it did split something out. So let's flip. We're there. Okay. No, we were here. Sorry. It was probably one of those two things. And you can see that that's still funky, since this is where Sculptris Pro is super helpful, because these are probably, let's flip these are probably pretty tall in here. And you can see how you still have some weird stretch geometry. You can sit here and try to futz with this all day to get it right. And these little things, well, they might or might not cause trouble. Let's see. No, they're fine. They're just frame. When you check your mesh, that'll be fine. But holes like these can kind of be a pain in the butt. And this is where Sculptris Pro can be very helpful. Go to something that will take Sculptris Pro that doesn't have backface masking on, turn it on, and just get yourself a nice big brush. Let's 0.6. Get a nice big brush and then just hit smooth. And it'll get rid of that geometry. And on something like this, you know, if it has a flat back, it doesn't much matter. But it's just a easy way of getting rid of geometry. You want to be a little more careful than I just was. But this, you can planar flatten this, and there you go. You have straight edge again. And there's that. Now let's go down here to the koala, okay? Now we're going to auto group, hold down Control Shift and tap. And you notice nothing happened. So in this case, there was no residue, but it's softer, right? And so those are a couple things to wrap your head around when you're doing this. Now, if you're done with this part, right, and you're about to go to print, if you look, where is our detail not happening? We're at 500,000 polys right now, so that's okay. Come back to our original, hold down Control, tap History, come back to this little groover, get in here, and just where have we lost? Around the eye, around here, go to our History brush, turn on Sculptris Pro, make this smaller, and now we can just brush in geometry that we need. Right? And we can just come in and clean up the edges that are soft on us, right? And now this is ready to go. So the Dynamesh isn't a problem if it's the last thing we're doing, right? We can quickly come in, clean it up, and it's ready to go. And you're at 72,000. I wouldn't even, I mean, this is below your print. You don't have to retopologize this, right? You don't have to decimate this because it's under your poly count. So does that make Any sense at all of the differences? So this is good, but you have to work on this before you can use it. Right. You have to get rid of stuff. You have to make sure all your surfaces are good. And, um, check mesh integrity. So that's fine. Let's see, it's not watertight though. Close holes. There we go. So do we understand the difference between using, well, one, how to get rid of, undercuts. Two, we'll go over the undercut thing again, don't worry. But do we understand the difference between using Dynamesh at this point and using remesh by union? Well, we did just reproject. That's what I did with the brush. Right, I came back in and I just brushed this detail in to, because there were only a few places that needed it. Well, that's why we record these things, isn't it? Okay, so we're all hunky-dory and we're okay with this one. We kind of understand the difference between the Z remesh by union and Dynamesh. I mean, it does the exact same thing, right? You can't tell the difference between these two just looking at the model. Oh, it has paint on. I'm like, why the hell is that a different color? Okay. Good job. Looks great. Lots of fun. Okay, who's next? Whoever's in charge, give me a name. Of course. That's why we're here. Okay. Who's in charge? They're not giving me a name. Give me a name. I'm sitting here with my thumb up my butt. Okay. Elfin Tyler is next. So, who is that? I need a real name. Or whatever your label. Is it Marina Tyler? Is that? Okay. Very nice. The only thing I'd say about your closure is you probably want that to be, well, if that is flush up here, I mean, just in first things, like you have this space right here. The only thing I would watch out for is you got to remember that this is purely tension, right? It's the tension of that going around that. So if there's any play here, that can just flop off. So you want to make sure that, and it may be like that, I haven't looked at the inside, but you need to make sure that that post doesn't have that airspace up there, right? As long as that's flush right there, so when that's in, there's tension on that spring. That's one thing to think about. Okay. Oh, it looks great. Your leaves are in layers. I mean, I'm just getting persnickety here. I'd probably just get that edge just a touch sharper because that is, a separate layer. And the same there maybe. And whichever one of those is going in front. That just got a little muddy right there what's happening. Your leaves are good. Your roses are good? Yeah, the only place we lose continuity of what's going in front of another is right here, right? So this is in front. And I would, it's like that. I would probably have one going behind the other just to continue to sell that over and under all the way back. No, it's tight. It's nice. Now, the only other thing I would suggest is somehow make the top edge of this a leaf or a petal or something, just so it isn't just this bright ball shape in the middle there. And if it is, just make sure it is. If that's something you want, then you can really push it with a texture or something. Just make, once again, intentionality. This is sort of what I was talking about with the bales and why I hate jump rings. It's just like, oh, I've got this beautiful organic design and jump ring. So this is sort of how I feel about these things as well, where it's like, just make sure that if it's visible, there's a reason for it, And if this is, let's say this is a perfect square or something, right? Make it a perfect square. Have that repeated here, because you have these sort of edge lines going here, maybe you turn this into, I would say, I would still try to incorporate that somehow, maybe it starts out as a leaf and just gets very general, but once again, even if it's just the leaf texture, right? Just something that integrates these things so it's not like, oh, I have a closure. Now, if you're buying these closures, that's a different issue, but you can make it where it's something you solder on or something like that. But just that continuing, or you could have an engraver, literally just quickly whip a form in there so it just looks like something's continuing, and then it fades out into the mechanism or something. Just intentionality is a big deal to me. And then on the back side, once again, this is where I would prefer to see, even if it is just something like that, where all you've done is through a line here and there's a separation. It looks like you made a decision for this to be like this, right? It's not just, oh, it's the backside, hollowed out, done, right? Oh, it's the backside, we've hollowed it out and done. But I mean, just look at the difference between, let me actually, that compared to that side, right? There's definitely the concept of intentionality. So that's the only thing I would say about, making these things. And, you don't actually have to add anything except a line, right? And now that looks like you meant to do it. And that looks like it's just the inside of a shell of a thing, Does that make sense? What in the hell keeps making noises? Cuckoo is not anything that's on anything of mine. So I think that's the only thing I would say, because this becomes a very bright feature. I mean, here, let's go to a metallic real quick. right? This becomes a pretty bright feature in it. And look at that compared to that, right? You know, there's just that I've made a decision about that. So that's the only, these are the things that I talk about these are the things I mean when I say intentionality. Just by cutting a line in there and dropping one side back, you've made a decision that these are two different parts. That is weird as hell. Is that, do you all keep hearing that cuckoo? Oh, it might be in the other room. That might be someone else cuckooing. Or maybe I'm just losing it. All right. Boop, boop. Yeah. But other than that, it looks great. Like I said, there's just a touch of muddiness right here about what's going on. I would try to incorporate these somehow, you know, even if it's another, you know, petal of the rose, or if it's a leaf, whatever it is. So the only issues we have with you is intentionality. It looks great. You know, if you're casting these, which you should, you know, there's no thing there, I would try to incorporate it to the design just a little bit. She has pins. Make flexible pins, U-shaped pins, then just weld them. And yeah, if you're, you know, if your pins are a little weird, the only thing you have to do is just make sure that from the side, you just press it up to where you can wedge your pins in, right? But there's plenty of room there. You'd probably be able to hammer those in. But good call. You know, just give that a little lift. Because like from there, you're not going to see that, right? That is so super weird. There's definitely someone cuckooing me. No, looks great. Looks great. It's very dimensional. It's very nice. It reads well. It looks like a sad eye. Oh. All right. Have any questions about this? I mean, you killed it. Looks great. Hey, that's a very real option, honestly. Even though I didn't do any drugs before work, I mean, yeah, you know. Cool. Okay. So who's next? Okay, who's in charge? Whoever's in charge of the list, stay on top of this. Okay, so who's fighting? Okay. And you need to give me real names. I don't care what your stream names are. From here I can't tell. Do we have another 60-second lag here? Damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, about a 10-second lag. Okay, Mike Simmons. wow, that was a good guess. I was like, that's awesome, Mike. I love it. All right. I like it. The only thing I would say is, let's hide everybody real quick, is these are still really high and bright. Just a little bit of a fill to make them feel like they're a little bit more the same leaf, right? No, hold on. Let's turn that off real quick. I want to do that not symmetrically because I want you to look at both sides. All right. Turn symmetry off. See, these come back up a little. And I understand what you're trying to do. I just think that you did the same rhythm on all of them. And what it did is it was drawing a line in the middle of your leaf that I know right now you're like, but you told me to make it dimensional. All right. So I'm thinking about these as planes. And so that reflection needs to tell that story. All right, so now let me lower res. So I'm going to kind of attack it at this angle because I want my line to kind of read on top of the leaf or on the top edge of the leaf, not in front of the leaf. All right. So now I have leaves with top edges, right? So I'm getting some separation here. All right. So now so you have this wave. I would be very careful. See, you put a wave in it, but then your high point was right here at the low point here, right? Which means you had to kick this low point really down. So you can do that maybe, right? Where we have a low point, which is sort of like the vein in the leaf. And then that works. So you have some transition here. So you can get these to be shaped. Maybe make it a high point. We're just going to try a few different things here. But we're selling this really with this out here more than this here, right? And so with the silhouette, hold on, I'm going to knock this back. Because that way we're not fighting the silhouette all the way down. We just push that back just a touch. And then our silhouette will be a little cleaner. And then once again, we can come back. If we have a problem with overcuts, it's a simple fix there. So now let's come here. And you can see I'm actually getting quite a bit of depth story out of this without making those super melodramatic, right? Because that melodrama is almost just like using a big fat pen and drawing that detail on. So, you see what I mean? Where this is almost like drawing the detail on, right? You've created this big trench here and you've broken your leaf pattern up, where it's much better to have your leaf pattern actually feel like a layer, right? You tell the story a little with the outside edge, and then you can actually come in and just do a really quick line or something if you really want that to be defined and out. But the thing is, you also don't want these to be too complicated, because then it just becomes visual chatter, right? I know no one's going to believe when I say things like this, but sometimes less is more, right? But it's real important that this edge right here feels like it's continuity, not like it's a big flat thing and then, you're coming in. So I think that simplifying these forms is going to help you a lot. It's going to read a little bit better because those feel like a layer, right? Does that make sense? And yeah. And you can tell this wavy story, right? If these are really waves, first of all, don't make them all the same, right? I mean, that just looks like one chattery edge. So, if you want these to be active and wavy, kind of get, a different story in each one, break it up some. And the outside silhouette is going to tell us a lot of this story, right? Where you can have it where it looks active, but your surface is still calm. Right? As opposed to them 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Like down here, right? I even missed that. Look, that's actually not 2 leaves, that's just 1 leaf. So get your layers in, think about layers, get the angles and stuff in and try to get these to read as, one surface as opposed to, right, even if you really like that pattern, have it fade out to the pattern maybe. So at least somewhere there's the foundation that is one layer. Does that make sense? Right, because the other thing, a leaf, these are getting thinner as they go up towards the tip. So, this distance is going to be fat and then thinner, right? You're getting transition shapes. So yeah, I think you can, if you really like this activity out here, I think you could fill it in there some, and that tells the story of that being one shape. I like your rollover, but fill it in some. Once again, from here, that just looks like a line and a cup, right? Where if this is a scoop to the lip, see how that looks like it's behind that, where these two look like they're at the same level because you have no transitional comparison between them. Does that make sense? Whoever has a list, you might want to post it just so people know that there is a list. But do we all see the differences here where, you made this very sculptural, but at the same time, you wound up creating the same issues as if you were to draw the surfaces on, right? Because here, look, when I just was whipping these in, you can see that there's a little confusion here, right? This is so thin compared to this one. In all reality, you probably want, I think you even got lost here, right? Where that's behind this one, right? Because that one, we lost one here, right? And I think you did the same thing here, right? Where you had a pinch and then that one's probably like that. I could be wrong, that could be in there, but so this is where, once again, if you're thinking about your planes, you're going to be a little bit better off than just trying to get, the lines in. I think you were still thinking about this as if it were a drawing. You were sculpting to your drawing mindset. How's that? But honestly, you got a lot of dimensionality out of it. You just had to think about your transitions a little better. Okay. Do you have any question about that? Yeah, no, it's, like I said, it was good. It's just, even if you just smooth them out here so you get the transition up to the more active jaggedy edges, we just have to worry about what reads from here, right? And if you have, let's go all the way back. So hold on, let's do this. Shift S. And now let's bring this over here and go all the way back to the beginning. You can do it. Come on. Wow, you have 65 million polys on this. So that means those are roughly, where were they at? 18 to 20. Why are you taking so long? You're killing me here. You're killing me, Smalls. There we go. So do you see what I mean? You start to loot, right? It gets very active. I mean, this is good. You know, this has become flatter, and I didn't necessarily mean to flatten it out. I just, you have these very bright spots, and then here you just lose contact with what's what, right? You lose yourself here. There you go. Beautiful block up, as simple as possible. Looking good. Right on. Any questions? Okay. I'm going to take a quickie break here because the coffee has come and attacked me, so I'm going to make a quick potty break. No, actually, it looks like you tried to incorporate it into a design. See, even that is fine. Now, I know that you did this symmetrically, but just doing this, let's get ourselves some lower resolution. Take move topological, get it slightly bigger. Just come right here and go boop. You can pull that one just a touch down. Right? Ta-da. And now it's part of the design. So, does that make sense? Whoever has a line, post it so people know where they are in the line real quick. Let me run to the restroom real quick. I will be right back. Coffee suffrage. I guess coffee already has a vote, doesn't it? Okay. Were there any other questions about this one? Yeah, I mean, if we have people who need to squeak into the line, I assume we're all play nice. That's all I can say. All right. Oop. I left the door open. One second. I talk loud. Sorry about that. All right. Hiya. I'll ask in class. What are we talking about? Is there a way to get the cog of an item so you know if it's the cog? Well, you can get the weight of something. I'm not sure what the cog is. Oh, I'm like, honestly, not specifically, no. But you get, it's pretty easy to see if something's like very off center. And, if you just kind of draw a line through like your weight point. Here, let's go back to you real quick. Let's hide you. Bring you up here. Let's turn everyone on. Except you. Now Control N. Let's get rid of you. Up here. So let's say, this is your pendant, right? Well, and let's say that this guy is a lot bigger. Oh, we have radio on? Why is everyone swelling up? That's interesting. Right? So this guy's a lot heavier. But, so you can either kind of push that out, but, you just kind of get up here and you kind of go, okay, well, it's probably going to hang there, right? Because you can kind of see how your gravity's functioning in a part, and this bow's counterbalancing some of that. So if you came here and kick some of that out, well, okay, that's starting to balance out. Actually, that being farther from the center is going to have more of a dramatic effect on where the center of gravity is. And you can kind of it becomes pretty clear pretty quick, honestly, how things hang and such. So there's nothing that's going to give you center of gravity. So no, but if you're paying attention to what you're doing, it's pretty easy to figure out kind of where it's going to hang. Where your real issues are is where it hangs front to back. So you want to try to keep it where, some of this stuff has curves to them. Hold on. Oh, you guys all have like 100 million poly models. You want to just make sure that when you're doing stuff, it's easier to put slight curves away from the body, right? And then that way, even if it wants to hang heavy front, right? So let's say you got your thing here, you got a lot of weight out here, you got this flat back, you put this here. Well, obviously you take that, that's going to be the bottom point, boom. So now this is kind of pointing back at the body all the time. I find it much easier just to give, I almost do this for everything anyway, just give it a slight S curve in the back. Not S curve, C curve, right? Where you're just, you just, no matter where it falls, it's not being really stabby. So I like pendants that have at least something that has something there. But yeah, I think just looking at it, you can tell if it's going to swing off or not, usually. Oh no, you're good. Okay, so I have to download your model, right? So Zoya's next, is that what I'm seeing? Yeah, Zoya, all right. Refresh. I see a new part by Jeff. Is it still uploading? Zoe, you're not Jeff, are you? Oh, you sent it to me on email. Oh, okay. I'm like, you're not Jeff. I'm so confused. All right, so we need to download Jeff's no matter what, though. And now I need to go to Gmail. Winona. Big damn dork. Yeah, don't feel bad. Dropbox hates me too. Actually, everything hates me when it comes to file transfer. So, all right. We will hide a U. Boop. We will bring these two folders up. I will drag these from here. And, oh, wrong folder. Is that the, oh yeah, that is the wrong desktop. Nope. I need to come up with new names for things, obviously. All right, that's this week. Yeah, okay. I did put these two in. That goes to older. Sarah is older. We need Jeff. And Zoe. Okay. This better be worth it. No. All right, come on. Come on, you. All right. Frame. Whoa. All right. Quite entertainment. Is this your feelings of ZBrush education? Damn it, man. Okay. So, quite entertaining, good fun. A couple questions. Is there someone behind this person's back who's pulling the bars open? Two, the bars are being bent at a higher point than where the hands are. I see shoulders, but no. I'm not being a smartass. It's just positioning wise, because like, the hands are not attached to the body, which honestly doesn't matter. I would say the thing about, whoa. I would, if the hands are bending the bars, right? That's the farthest point of the bend. And this is just weird crap, that kind of makes me nuts. So the bars would be bending from here, right? So the bend would be a little bit. So here we'd probably make this. Where's my gizmo? Hello, gizmo. Why is my gizmo not turning on? Because we've changed the angle of the bars, make the head fit in it, maybe. Now, once again, if you're making aesthetic decisions for a reason, I can be wrong, right? I'm just giving you my breakdown of kind of what I'm seeing as far as form and shape and all of that. No, things didn't go south. I mean, if you'll notice, I'm talking about some pretty persnickety stuff. These aren't big issues, right? Right. So, that just gets... Honestly, everybody else is pretty good. Once again, this is where weight, right? And this is something that everybody needs to think about a little. And that is, when things are folding, if you just make the same size fold the whole way down, you have no dynamic movement in that curve, right? It just goes and stops. So the mouth, it almost looks like a mask, right? Because this is just one dynamic line. Now, if you take Klube, right, these muscles, let's turn symmetry back on. And let's lower our intensity a little. You get, oh, this is not symmetrical. So let's turn symmetry off. You get a little bit of a bunch up here. And then this is bunching. And once again, stylistically, I may be changing what you were heading for. I'm just trying to get technically to what I'm talking about here is a transitional edge, right? So this is going to be the biggest part, right? Because our point, these muscles are pulling up, right? So we're getting a pinch here. And then, no, that's not what I want to do. I want this, clay tubes. And then, and I'm not saying that you need more accurate anatomy or anything like that, because stylization is fine. It's just, kind of think about what's happening here. These are bunching. And then this is stretching. So let's lower our res a little. Doop. All right. right? And so now, so, right, what we have is, and once again, I'm not, I'm just throwing something up there. I kind of like that there's sharper edges here, but here we have a big fat round, right? Because all this is bunching up. And then that bunch sort of changes direction into the chin, right? So you have a sharp line here, and then it should fade into just a surface transition. And then you get this really nice dynamic transition, right? And that's where you can make this a scoop here. And then here it kind of transitions out and can become your pinching down here, right? So our surfaces are sort of changing direction, right? So we have this billow here to scoop, and then we have a billow here to scoop. And that is going to give you dynamic surface transitions. Now, let's throw this onto metallic and just look at the difference here. So, see how all this is kind of reading very similar and it's very flat? But if you come here, you can see how much more dynamic you're getting a hot, soft, hot, soft. And so you're getting transitions, right? Let's go to just gold and see if that, right? Look at our surface there, and then see how that's still almost reading as one surface, where here you have surface dark and things. So you don't have to cut lines in if you're giving it something to reflect off of, right? And then, your eyes are pinched, but there's not a pinch. So once again, because you have all this stuff pinching together, get some weight in there. Right? Does that make sense? You want to, yep, I'll go over that in just a sec. All right. Mm-hmm. All right, so now let's go to the head and neck real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Since everyone's at the resolution that you're working on, right? That's 100. Well, we can go higher res, right? 2.6, and what are you at? 1.6. That's fine. So I would just merge these down. Come on, you can do it. Man, okay. And this is where W remesh by union. That's okay. Well, okay. So if you're going to continue sculpting on this, right? Now we duplicate this. I would honestly just, because we're going to do a quick Z remesh of this. So, because you said you want to keep sculpting on it, right? So we have our base model. This is where we were at, right? Come here. I would just go ahead and remesh by Dynamesh. Delete lower. Remesh by Dynamesh. And just make it low. Who cares? Boop. Just make sure it has enough to get the things you need. Okay, that's good enough. Now I would come over here and Z remesh. That's fine. And now divide this up. Where were we at? Like 5 million should be fine. And since it's all right here, I would just go ahead and hit project all. This detail that I was worried, I would probably do project history. It's 6, they're doing the exact same job. The only difference between project history and project all is that history tends to be a little bit more accurate. And you have a little bit less cleanup, but it's so 6 one way, half dozen the other most of the time. When it's something like this, right? Because you have it all there, it's close. I probably would have projected this at a lower poly count, but first, because right now normally I will do a projection at like that 150 to 600,000 polys in that range, because it does a quicker reprojection. And then all your points are basically in place. And then when you divide it up, it's a shorter reprojection usually. Okay, so hold on. Watch out, Carmit's a brutal, brutal heckler. She's like, I am not, you bastard. It's so weird. Why does my screen not tell me how many viewers we have? Isn't that strange? I don't know why. Oh, don't stress out. It's just my CPU is remember we're in that projection, but I did a high. Can you hear me at least? It's struggling. It'll be back in a second, don't worry. Okay, we're going to go over this one more time, guys. Everybody remember this, okay? Remember, whenever my CPU is processing a heavy yield, it is... Oh, shit, I just lost everyone's... I just lost because I accidentally restarted my screen. Scheiße Liebe. So, anytime that my CPU really struggles through something, it takes the bandwidth away from the stream. So anytime my stream pauses like that, don't stress about it. I'm here. I don't know. Can you all hear me talk, or is it completely gone? And so you can see that obviously the projection depth wasn't there. So this is just a quick place. Hold on. Lower res, lower res. You can just knock those back real quick. Okay. All right. Can I go over that last concept? All right. Well, the last concept was this, is that it really, the difference, are we talking about the difference between project history and project all? They do the exact same thing. They just approach it just a little bit differently. The only difference is history tends to be a little bit more accurate with the fine detail when you're projecting. But it really is a 6 one way, half dozen the other sort of thing. I like how I just get better projections with project history usually. So yeah, but they do the exact same thing, so it's not an issue. So I think you can see where and you can definitely kick this into being more dramatic, right? But I just think that having, and once again I was being melodramatic here, but having these surfaces these surfaces acting differently, right? Duh. And then having it scoop, a scoop that then becomes a belly. They just become more dramatic surfaces. Yeah. And they'll just be a much more kinetic and dramatic. See, that just reads as one edge, or that reads as two different pieces of meat, or two different planes, right? This is definitely going under that, and that is going under that at this point, right? And then, as you beef up your lips, or you do your lip transition, right? This is all very tight. That rolls up to be up here. That. You can get, once again, a little bit more of a transitional surface, kind of doing that. And once again, these may not be the shapes that you're looking for. I just want you to think about the planes. And even here, this is going to kind of come under that one. All right. And so you can have another transition here. And just make sure that the tension retains there. And then this becomes a weight as well. Right. And but do you see what I mean? Where this is transitioning from here to here, under, over, under, over, under, over. And that's going to give you a much more dynamic surface reflections as we come around. As opposed to, right, that's all reflecting basically as one surface, and then here that's pretty flat. I mean, see how there's very little interruption there. Where if we come over here, you can see that we get quite a bit of transitional surfacing. See? As opposed to flat, flat, flat. Any questions about this one? Well, I mean, we haven't gone to the hands and stuff yet. I just mean, do you have any questions about how we got to everything's on the same mesh, we remeshed it, projected it. So once again, I would come here and just kind of wrap my head around the framing. I would make these a little thinner than the ones on the outside, just so there's still kind of a frame, right, where these are heavier. And once again, let's just make sure that it's kind of bending like a bar, right? Because that wouldn't bend. Sorry. Right, you know, these would be straight. These would start to bend a little bit more, like two straight things, as opposed to, because your tension isn't equal all the way through it. And then back face masking is important. Let's get our hands right. So this is where you need to decide is, are the hands attached to the body or they're not? They don't need to be, you know. But if they're not, you know, make sure your air spaces are right. You know, if you don't want them connected, I would leave airspace between them, right? This is where your framing and stuff comes, right? Because now that's telling us the story that it's something else, right? You know, you don't have the power, something else is helping you break out. Or is it merge down? And now let's go to the center. Let's tilt these a little bit. Bring that down there. Come out a touch, and then pinned. or is there a connection? What? No. Wrong axes. So it's the y-axis we need to mirror and weld on. Boom, boom, boom. Delete lower. Boom, boom. How'd that happen? That's weird. All right. Why are you doing that? Oh, because it's the wrong axis. And then you are connected to the body. So just kind of wrap your head around what you're trying to say there, because that is a very different story than that, right? Here you're completely helpless. You're not even bending your own damn bars, or you're bending your bars in your mind, I don't know. These are all questions. And that decision right there is a big damn difference, right? Those are two very different struggles. So wrap your head around the story. I think all in all, I think it looks great. It's interesting. It's fun. Is that hair? No, that's the tongue. Right? So does anyone have any questions about this one? Right, but like I said, they're completely different struggles. If it's you sitting there screaming and with frustration and someone else is bending the bars, or it's a disassociated bar bending, right? It's not attached to your body. Is that your eyes are closed? Is this a struggle that's happening in your mind? Or that becomes a very physicalized issue. So, you can tell very different stories by a simple thing like attaching your arms. Did I answer the thing that you wanted answered? You had a question earlier. Did we go through that? Sorry. Yeah, no problem at all. So, Dee Dee's Ghost is next. Damn it, all these are on different subtools, so I can't see. That's Eric. Lloyd. Nazumi. Cuff. Does that even have a name on it? Hold on. Decimated link frame. Brian. Jason, Keiko. I don't know whose that is. Sarah, we've done. That just says pendant. Okay, which one's yours? Dee Dee, I'm not seeing anything. I don't know what my lag time is, but Dee Dee's Ghost, tell me which piece is yours. I'm not seeing anything that is screaming Dee Dee's Ghost. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay, I'm glad that everyone's having a conversation. Dee Dee's Ghost is next. Can someone tell me what piece that is? It's a curb link bracelet. That's Jason's. Is it not downloaded? What's the flat thing? Am I just completely missing this? Hold on. Do you see it over here, or is it not downloaded? That's a curb link. Is that you? Well, it's Diana. What's the name on the part? Okay, so whoever is in charge of the list, put the name of the person. So when I'm looking through here, I'm not looking for Dee Dee's Ghost. Okay. When did you upload it? That's the question. What is the name on the file? And when did you upload it? Are you in this list? The name on the file is Dee Dee's Ghost. Holy shit, that's a lag. Okay. Okay. We obviously have a very big lag right now, okay? So I need the name on the file. Okay. Because you going, yes, there, that's me. That tells me absolutely nothing. So I need us to be a wee bit more organized about how we're doing this. So give me the name on the file, and then that way, if I don't see it, I can get it right, because this is going to make me absolutely batshit crazy. Um, the disadvantages of lags. Um, okay, well, I had that up and I asked if that was you. Okay, this is you. Alrighty. So, first thing about curb links is you do not want. Hold on. You do not want the pattern to continue down here, right? Because where you have these two things intersecting, that is going to start to be clunky and it will make it ride horribly. So you can get it as long as this is smoother where the intersection happens. And like what I'm doing right now, this is fine. These things right here are going to turn into problems. Hold on, let me split hidden. All right. Split unmasked points. You can do it. Okay. So there are a couple issues with curbs, okay? Curbs want to unroll constantly. So where they actually have physical contact, you can't really have anything that's going to make it sit oddly, right? Now, yeah, here, let's get back to here. Let's turn this on to transparency. You're probably going to want that a wee bit smoother, right? And you can probably, actually, you can probably get away with these being here, right? As long as that is supporting that curve, right? Now, if these are above that and that's pushing, right? If these are up far enough where this surface, these are pushing that surface that way, they're all just going to unroll. So you need to make sure that whatever this seat is, it's deep enough, and any of the texture that you have there isn't changing how that rolls on itself. So you want this, let's say, to be smooth. But the nice thing is even under here, you know, we've kind of flattened out your detail. But you can come back in here and do implied, right? Let's say twist, and, you know, as long as it's sort of below the surface, you can get away with something like that, you know what I mean? As long as it is a flush surface, you can do stuff that pushes below the surface as long as it is not, like, see, we can go down because now that's going to act like a flat surface, right? So that's the only thing you have to worry about is these intersection points not changing the direction or how it sits, because curb links are some of the most persnickety bastards in the world to cast. And once you get one that works, save that base shape and use it for all the other curb links. All right. So you can do something in that vein, right? The other thing you'll want to do is another way to test this. Get your transpose on. And it's fine to have, the airspace right now, but you can see it's touching right there. So now flip these. Okay, these by no means need 3.5 million polys at this moment. We will wait for a second. Jesus. All right. Let's lower this res. Because these, we're not sculpting on these right now. Delete higher. And so what we can do now, W, so we're going to drag these down into place. Boom, you can see that we're already at our contact point down here. And we're nowhere near our contact point up here. So let's, okay, so, and there's our contact point there. But there's still a lot of room in that, so let's rotate that. And you can see it's touching there, it's touching a lot here. So, so the backside's there, but now we can probably rotate that down, pull it down. Rotate this forward. There we go. So now we're touching there. We're very much touching here. And now we're just kind of touching there. So lower this, twist it. All right, so now you're starting to see where these things start to have contact points and how they will wind up sitting on one another. Because actually, this is going to ride back here until it touches. Okay, so that's one contact point. And you can see how this airspace is here, right? So this is actually going to fall back in here to where you get good contact there. It's going to roll a little. Because that's at the bottom of the seat, right? So now that will come over here some. It will rock this way some. Probably ride out a little more there. So do you understand what I'm doing here? We're trying to find where these two bellies hit. And so this is going to rock forward more. It's going to sit in there. And let's make sure we're in the right place here. Okay. So now, just bring that out. And we can probably ride up a little more. And so these are how our curves are actually going to start to touch. So you got to come in and figure out what these two curves are, right? So often, the easiest way to get those is get these things to where they're really sitting right where you think they're going to sit. Let's split these real quick. Right? Get this thing where you think it's going to sit. It's going to sit at this contact point. Boop. All right. And this is where this projection brush is really nice, because this will take this down to that surface. And if we have transparency on, whoa. I forget that projection has a history. So I have history on somewhere. So did you notice that? So I'm doing this, and you notice it's going somewhere. We have no idea where this is headed. because my history state, I have to remember projection, the Z project brush is also going to project to a history state. That's a new, once again, it's a new thing. So just, will it work if I just make this history? Control Z. Yeah. If you just tap your control state, then you're okay. So now we're going to come here, and often what I'll do is I'm just going to come in and project just a nice clean surface there. I'm going to come in and project a nice clean surface here. I'm going to come over here and project this down. And then you can see here we have a problem, right? Because this piece is just out here rocking. So let's go here. W, I'm going to rotate from this point. Nope. Stop it. I'm going to rotate from this surface. I'm just going to drag that there and then drag it up. And then just rock this until we're kind of hitting our point there. So now you can see that actually we're going to go over here and rotate that up. And then we're also going to pull this out to where it's touching there. It's rocking back to there. And is that still touching there? Yeah. Okay, so now we can come back to this guy. Get my projection brush. If I hold down Alt, it brings it up to the surface. If not, it pushes it down to the surface. Does that make sense? Right. I'm going to push that down. Alt will pull all that meat up. And this gives you an idea of where your surfaces are. And so now I know that that's what those intersections look like when they're actually touching. And so now we're just going to double check this. We are going to duplicate. We're going to turn transparency on. We're going to go W, and now this should just kind of rock into place. Right, boom. And now see, this gives you a really good idea of that. When I say the twisting and unrocking, you notice that that's that far off, which means this thing is twisting. That much. So if we look at this from the front, see that drop and twist? So you really have to dictate how these things are actually riding on one another, right? So that actually is telling us that this curb will actually sit. I just use the white line in my thing here. Will sit sort of like that. And now you'll see that from the one to the other, we're getting about that much rotation, right? And normally I'll do this earlier in the process, but in all reality, this one is probably at least rotating in the right direction, where it's kind of pressing to this big stop. So it's, if its rotation is this way, see, it's falling into the fat of the curb, right? It's rotating to the one behind it, where if it was rotating this way, you can see that it's rotating away from the curb, and it's just going to hang like an earring. So this is at least rotating towards the direction of the curb. So that's good. So now when we go along, here, let's get these two merged down. You can do it. The projection brush is exactly the same thing as projection. You're just using, you're not doing it everywhere. You're just doing it on the brush. Or you're just using a brush, right? Okay. I'm gonna, hold on. Yeah, it's okay. I'm just lowering our subdivision levels here. Duplicate. No. Duplicate. Delete lower. No. High res. Delete higher, delete lower. Hide that. So now as we're coming here, boop. You will see the rotation a little clearer. Bump. And we're going to go from that point. And those scoops don't match perfectly because I took it off of the base shape, not this pre-sculpted form, right? So you can see how much twist we already have in this curve, right? And so that's fine. You can, what you can do is you get it to this point, and now you just take twist and you just straighten it out a little. Right, so it starts to then follow the correct line. And now if we took this, you'll see it'll be much closer to the actual position now, right? So curb links are kind of tricky to work with. And normally I'll position these before I start sculpting on it, because that way, because I took that scoop off the base shape, right? So you need to know where they're connecting and how they're actually rolling on one another before you start your sculpt, right? Right, so kind of touching there. Auto group. Touching there. But you can see that in all reality, this is going to rock to about there, right? Because the belly is going to go to the belly of a curve, right? And so, and then that's probably going to rock back that way, which means this is actually going to twist because it's going to seat itself, you know, as close to that belly as it can, right? So now I usually come in here and try to get these points to lie flush this way. And then try to get these 2 points to touch. I don't know if you see that I'm just using the white line, which is my frame line, as my reference point. There you go. So now that's pretty much how it's going to sit. So now when we do this, these should line up pretty close, except for the rotation. And then we bring this here, hit, bring it up to the contact point and roll it, boom. And you can see how now you have to sit here and futz with a little to get it to be sort of where the bellies are actually touching. So now you get it to where you kind of want it. And now you select this groover, auto group. Select this guy. Split hidden. Turn on transparency. Show these guys. And so now you can see that these are all in the same position, right, of where they need to be, kind of rotating wise and the such. You get them flush, and then you come in here, flip it, right, and now you can see your main issues, right, because this is actually where you're talking. That's the outside lip of that and the inside belly of that. So you're like, okay, that's pretty close. Now what you need is for this one, let's split unmasked, hide. So now you kind of need to get where they're in the same touching position, right? So we are going to mask this guy. W where that's just touching, and where that's just touching. Boom. So now what we have is a real close estimation of where things are, right? Now you can do this two ways, right? You can come here, and then we are going to these are the right, no, this is the one I want to change, sorry. So the projection brush is exactly like project all, right? Except I am taking this surface, and see now I'm projecting it down to that surface down there, right? Does that make sense what just happened there? Right? So now that is on that one. That is project to that side. And now remember, just like history and all the other projection tools, they're directional, right? So it's to camera, right? And see over here, you have to rotate it around and get it to match. So you can sit here and futz with this and get it to be touching those places, right? And now, and then the same up here. And if you hold down Alt, it brings it up, down, down, up. And that'll give you, we come back, hide these guys, flip this. That's going to tell you where those surfaces are roughly. And you can now come in and readjust. And you can see that I smooth that out where it's not hitting the whole surface. And that's okay, because you have leeway in these. You're just trying to get them to where they're damn close. Right, and so now we've roughly aligned those surfaces, and you can get it in. Now, once again, you don't have to go through that. You can just do this, but it's it's trial and error, and you're going to print them, and you're going to see if they unroll. You're going to print them and see how much it twists. So curb links are a pain in the butt, because once again, how they actually make curb links is they just take a ring, twist it, roll it over, and they press it all together. They run it through a roll presser, and it just kind of flattens everything. So they work together well. As far as the design goes, I think this is pretty fun, I like it. Once again, you just have to make sure that you just need to make sure that these intersections are clean. And I tend to find, one of the things I like about curbs is you can really futz with it and play with the patterns, so when they're lined up flat, they do cool things like make circles or figure eights and things like that. So I tend to try to get a rough idea on my composition and then come in and futz with it. The other way to think about curbs too is you got to remember that this has to match this, right? So I tend to kind of view curbs as two-part pieces. Split the parts. And I'll just find a place in the middle here, and I'll chop them. And this is another way that if they're symmetrical, you can just rotate it, because then they work together. But curbs are a lot of trial and error. You damn well better have a printer if you plan to make custom curb links, because they are a nightmare. I don't know if I mentioned it, but they're a nightmare. But the design's lovely. It works really well together. Sorry, I decimated it when I moved it over. I thought I saved it up here, but here. It's okay. No, the design's wonderful. It was just, I got into the mechanics of it and kind of delete it. You're a higher file. Let's reload it real quick. Wrong one. How did I delete? Oh, for fuck's sake. The material, it's Ma Dirty Blue. It is on Pixelogic's materials under matte. It's the first one, fourth from the bottom. There is no answer for that. It literally just becomes if it works, right? I know that's not an answer, but once again, curb links are voodoo. I mean, they're how they work and how they don't work, and if they do work or they don't work, it just becomes this massive fight. With curb links, you are, without a question, design it how you want it, right? And then, like I said, just get them to where they're roughly touching. Let's merge down. Get them where they're roughly touching, and you're going to wind up with like a rotation, right? Oops, wrong one. So you get it to where they're in that position, and then you'll see your rotation here, right? And now this is where you'll come in with twist and just rotate it to where it's not rocking on itself, right? Where you're getting a rough, nice, clean position, right? And then once I get it sort of straight where it's where I think I want it, then I'll tend to just come to the middle, split masked. And you can see that we're actually off. Straighten it, get it. And now, boom, boom. See, wait, do you see right here? I'm just looking, whoa, stop that. Waiting for it to hit. Boom, just kind of get it into the position you think it should be in. And just kind of go through the process again. Just getting them where they're, you can see, boom, it starts to touch right there. And now we bring our contact point back up in here and drag it over a little, and then we rock that up to where it hits. Roughly, right? Same thing. And you can see how it's actually traveling at an angle here, right? Because where your belly is really determines how those are going to sit on one another. I mean, do you see what I'm looking at when I'm doing that, right? So then we come back over here, see if we're touching. We got a little airspace there. So I'm just going to drop it. That's touching, that's basically touching, okay. And now I'm going to do the same thing. Mm-hmm. 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 And we're going to call that close enough. So now you can see that we have this angle, right? And our twist is actually pretty good, honestly. But now we're traveling sort of at this angle over here, right? Right. We now sort of have a travel this way and a taper up. So this is where we can come here. Undo it, go to Y, hold down Shift, and then just drag this down until you hit your line. Go out here, drag down, hold down Shift, and you can get it to where it's kind of hitting that line. Your rotation's okay. And now, you can see that you can start to cheesy chick with it until it all kind of lines up and sort of fits. And then you're going to print this and it's going to unroll and you're going to go, ah! And then you're like, oh, maybe I need to rotate it 2 degrees or something. So curb links are a massive pain in the butt. As I said last week, for the bracelet class, I told everyone that I have a bunch of these base shapes that I've used and work. So I will upload all that stuff. I thought I uploaded the right models the last time and they were totally the wrong models. So be patient with me. I have 109 terabytes of drives at home. And for the last couple of days, I've been trying to go through them, sort them into groups. And then once I know that, oh, this is all the William Henry stuff, this is all the da 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 stuff, I can go back through, find the base links that work for me, and I can share some curb link bases and stuff like that that we've produced so we know they work. But you can see the drama that goes through to develop a curve link that works. Oh, they're a pain in the butt. Um, would it be useful to merge down and cut a groove so they fit well? Um, yeah, I mean that works as well. Um, it's kind of, it's just, it's weird because at the end of the day, you know, when you're making these, I mean, in real life, it's very simple. You take a ring, you twist it, and then you flatten it, and then they take that as a foundation, and they know that these intersections line up well. Excuse me. If we go here, come on. Let's see if they have any curb links. Their inventory is kind of funny. If they're out of the inventory, they don't put it up on the website. It's really weird. So it completely didn't. No. Oh, view all. See, here's the difference. These were designed in ZBrush, and then these are designed in CAD. ZBrush, CAD. I didn't design these. Interesting. It doesn't look like we have any curb links. That's fascinating. So William Henry at the moment has no curb links up on their site. Because they're a pain in the ass. Yeah, well, okay. That didn't work. So you can see that's sort of a half round, right? So in a lot of ways, we can think about them as, this is a cylinder, right? Because that's your pivot point. So you can see that it's actually quite complicated to figure out how to get this cup and socket or this cylinder to work nice and cleanly. They're really tricky, annoying links because right? Because they're actually sitting at, you know, what is it, like a 11-degree angle or something like that. But they're intersecting right here, right? And that little contact right there is what dictates what direction those chains sit. And, you know, being able to, you can see half round, half round, half round, half round. Right? So they're sort of, they are, without a doubt, a massive pain in the butt to make. So, oops, sorry, we need to go back to Twitch. There we go. Ba-doop. All right. Not all of them. You mean the William Henry stuff? The stuff that looks like it's sculpted, that's mine. And then, you know, those are all like 5 years old. And then the other smooth stuff is stuff that the owner of the company, and well, no longer the owner of the company, now he's the head of design, he and Tony came up with. Well, he made CAD drawings and Tony tried to get them to work as three-dimensional objects. All right. And so for you guys, Saturday's a week ahead. Okay. So on Monday, so everyone knows, on Monday will be bracelets for the second group. And I will try to have some of that base, some of those base models sorted out by then. So for those of you on Saturday, you might want to look over the Monday class because there'll be slightly different information. Hopefully, I'll have it sorted out by then. I spent the last 2 days. It's annoying because there is no previewer for ZBrush in folders, so you have to kind of get this up like this and look at these little numbers and then move things in file folders based on these little numbers and then update this window and then move it in those little numbers. And if I have dyscalculia, so if anyone knows the outrageous dyslexic hell that my life is with numbers, it is an arduous task. I'm just going to say that. So I'm going to try to have that stuff sorted out for the Monday class. Yeah. I think our class is either, well, we'll start rings and then we'll get into the complex cutters and stuff like that because that works with rings as well. So next Saturday will be rings because this is week 5. Is this week 5 for the first class? I'm so confused. The first class has 2 more classes, right? 2 more official classes. I'll look. The split class thing has got my brain a little torqued. I apologize. All right. So do you have any questions about this? The design's lovely. It's just getting your curb link to work is sort of a shoot yourself in the face process that if you don't have a printer, you will never be able to make a good curb link. You have to print it, test it, unroll it, roll it, twist it back 3 degrees, roll it, rotate it 2 degrees. I mean, it is a pain in the butt. But they're awesome when they work. Okay. So Jason is next. Is that what I'm seeing? Okay. Jason, I saw you. There's Jason. Nice. Are they loops, or you just, okay. So you didn't really think about how to attach them, so that's fine. This is kind of what I call a Y-link, because the shape sort of goes like this, where you have the hole, it's a scoop, and then it comes down and goes into one. And so you usually have two holes, one hole. So this one either comes in through one hole, right? So how you are going about this is you have this is going back and through, and they'll come up and around, and usually it's nice if it just becomes one post back here, thus the Y. Because that one post is easier to connect back up in here, right? So let us auto group oh, is this an array? All right, I'll turn the array off for a second, and that'll allow me to see it. So this probably will function like okay, this is not in the center of the world, so symmetry does not work for us. And then that. Probably up here. Oh, God damn it. Right, so that way it doesn't have this big dumb loop. Symmetry, you bastard. Right, and then that way, let's turn this back on, array mesh. You see those scoops will go through the eyes, come through, and then attach here in between the double. Does that make sense? I would say that's probably the best way to link these. I mean, obviously that's really tiny and it's not giving you the information you need, but if you're going to design it to do this, let's go back to your basic design here. Remember to, first of all, you're designing in 250,000 polys, so you have a very limited ability to get any detail there. So the one thing you do want to think about, duplicate, is designing around this intersection. So, you know, figure out where you want it to sit. Like, do you want that to be a crossover there? All right, so now kind of come in and think about how your space is being used a little. So you can accent the intersection, right? It doesn't look accidental like here with the array. And I know you're just working on it, so it's not. But you can see here that it doesn't necessarily make sense. And you also, at this angle, this is going to intersect with that. And you know, when you're here, where's our center guy? There he is. You know, this is actually a very good place to work that out, because you can do it and see how they're interacting, right? So, okay, well, I need to move this down. And I need to, let's turn symmetry on just because it's a little quicker at the moment, right? You're like, okay, well, first of all, these aren't intersecting right. Everybody's right except for, did you do this over 360 degrees? Yep, 366 degrees. I'm like, that's not ending right. No. There we go. I was like, why is that not in the right position? So now you can make some slightly more tactical. Turn symmetry on. Right. You can come in and futz with this, and you can see that you need to deal with how these intersect. Once again, you're not perfectly symmetrical, sorry, so hold on. That's weird. Okay. Well. I understand what I'm doing, right? Sorry. But they're not being symmetrical. It makes it a massive pain in the ass. And then you kind of set up your form to make sure that everybody is going over and under where you need it. This is where doing your link organization here in array actually helps sometimes. You can then see how it's relating to the other models. Now, if you have, let's say, a 10 million poly model, just make a low res version like this, and then you can come back and change your high res model to your low res model. And so now that's going to give you the demands you need for the rotation, and to make sure your links are all in the right place and that they can, right? Because right now you see that honestly that's not going to work because those are hitting, so you need to just drag that back. Drag it up. And you just want your clearances to be okay, even if like they weren't touching right here, but how much play do you have in that? You just want things to be able to move nice, smooth, and serpentine. So do you develop the bracelet shape first and then design the subject matter? Well, I think I definitely make a decision on what I want. Like on this, I know that I want a Y link or what I call a Y link, because, right, my main structure is going to go in between the two here, since you have this two, instead of trying to clear it where you just have two rings here, it's much easier to bring it up, and then you just cut and weld. It's just a nicer, cleaner, and it gives you something that's a little bit more interesting on the backside than just two loop rings, if that makes any sense. You bring your Y up here, and then that becomes an easy solder place, and it just becomes a nice. I find it a much like link. Oh, you had a chain on it? Pieces on a chain. So how would you work that out? Well, no, how I'm telling you could do this, it's not rigid, it would move. Um, time is very quick. You don't get a full week to work on your models, that's for sure. When we normally run it, I do the crits the day before class usually, but that doesn't work here. And Monday gets a short class, but get it together. Okay, so I just showed you a link process that isn't the one you were looking for. Um, when you say you wanted it on a chain, what are you talking about? Oh, I don't have my camera on. Y'all can't see me dancing right now, waiting for a response. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's fun. I like the design. It's. I do think that you need to divide it one more time, and then that way, because you have some really nice texturing going on here. Like, I like this stuff, but because you're doing it at low res, you have no, when we get up here, we have no resolution, so I can't. And then you're going to polish some of this up. The thing about going into manufacturing is you need quite a bit of stuff there so it stays after polishing and all of that. And like this is going to. What? I hate when I get fast things. Right, this stuff, you're just going to lose so much of this because this stuff is super subtle right now. And so when you're sculpting at that low a res, you just don't have enough surface resolution to come in and get like this nice pattern work, right? And you can see it also leaves a lot of these edges soft. And so you just, with everything being soft, when you go into casting and stuff, it's going to get softer. And then, after polish, it's going to be softer. So you want some of the stuff to be a little crisper because you're going to lose it in casting. 10.00035, roll distance 10, turn that off. a little bit more where I want that. Right. Because it gives you a really nice contrast versus this stuff, which is a little bit more, you know. So I think, once again, work up at a sharper, work with more geometry so you don't have to reinvent this stuff every time you sculpt it. That's a little weird. What's going on in there? Oh. Where did you get this base model? Where did this geometry come from? Because this looks like an imported STL or an OBJ. I don't know that ZBrush makes this kind of geometry. Well, the thing is this. I tend to sculpt it how I want it, right? But I know how much detail I need, right? So I would say that yes, you need to punch the layers a little stronger than you think you do. Because a lot of people, when they say, oh, well, I'm going to sculpt this more, I'm going to come in and, oh, well, now I'm sculpting it more. No, that is not what you need to do, right? Just making lines deeper doesn't help. This is just super, super soft, right? And just by coming in with the twist brush, he could kick this up really fast. And it's not drawing lines, he's separating his surfaces, right? So it's not that you need to come in and make everything 3 times as heavy, because when you do that, you wind up getting chaotic surfaces and they're ugly and noisy and garbage, right? You can see that I haven't really changed the height of this stuff. I haven't sculpted it more. I've just turned it into concrete layers, which will read and work better, right? You can see how that versus that, and I've just punched it a little, right? That's a Dynamesh? Wow, that's... Well, I guess up here it looks a little bit more squirrely. It's funny, down here it just looked really perfect. Yeah, I guess when I zoomed out it's... But you see, like right here? This is all just really good hexagon sort of. That's really fascinating. See, the Dynamesh algorithms change every day. You learn something new every day. See, it's trying to organize it very cleanly. And I guess with these hexagons, it allows it to stretch and distort while still retaining as much of that surface as possible. Isn't that fascinating? Learn something new every day. I would never have guessed that's a Dynamesh. They've changed the algorithm on me. Cool. So, sculpt at a higher subdivision level. And once again, just think of punching your detail not by making lines deeper, but by separating them in layers, right? You can see that I'm not really changing where these surfaces are dramatically. I'm just defining a layer step. And that's where the twist tool, see, it's creating layers. It's not just drawing lines. And really allows you to do some lovely. And the nice thing about it is you can just go the other way, right? And you're creating. And this stuff will hold up much better than just lines. Right? See the difference? And all I've done is given these a lip edge, right? Let's go back in here and just, because these are really nice little moments. I mean, you got a really good feel for your surfaces. Oops, wrong direction. But you can see the implication of over and under really changes how dramatically these punch. Right? And you can see I didn't really do much, as opposed to coming in and let's say using, you know, a line brush. Do we see the difference? See how this looks much more dimensional, where that doesn't work so good? The twist works so much better than just coming in and drawing lines with the. When you do this, instead of making it deeper, it really flattens everything out. Look at how that flattens that out compared to this, and they're not that much more dramatic. Oh, wow, that's a super clean decimation. That's wild. Hold on, that just seems like a really weird mess for decimation. It doesn't seem broken up enough to be a decimated. Oh, decimated and then divided. Okay. Fine. I'm like, that's a really weird decimated mesh. Interesting. Super weirdo. In this last upgrade, they changed their decimation algorithm. Fascinating. That's fascinating. It's even weirder as a decimation algorithm. Awesome. Actually, that is just absolutely crazy. Yeah, I guess so. Look at that. Absolutely fascinating. I just love math heads and how they think about things. Because this is a new pattern. Decimation or Dynamesh, it's an interesting new... Because normally you don't get it this... Like, it wasn't that... So they've changed it, instead of being a bunch of triangles, the one now it's a boxed hexagon. And that gives you the stretch and dynamics, but it also actually keeps your mesh a little more organized. I love it. It's so cool when they change things. All right. Look at it. So, any questions about this? I very maybe no, I don't. Like decimating is the last thing you do because it creates garbage mesh. You can't sculpt with it; it's poo. Um, Now with Sculptris Pro, you can come back in and work with it, but no, I decimation is the last. Or like I said, if I'm trying to get something low res and I know that I'm going to Sculptris Pro detail back into it, um, I might do it that way where like let's say we're doing chain links, right? And instead of 12 of these, it's going to be 150 of these because they're going to be really small. I'll decimate it, get my detail in where I need it, right? Because you can see, I mean, I decimated this to 35,000. In all reality, it kept a lot of our detail, right? And actually, after the decimation, there's a very clear difference between the drawn in lines and the twisted in lines, right? It shows you how much more geometry is in those curves just by using that twist tool. And so let's say that I knew I was doing this. I know I'm doing 100 of them. I need them to be low, so 35,000. And so this way I can have it. So in that case, yes, if I were doing something where I knew, or like array meshes, like I might decimate it and then sculpt the detail back into it so my array mesh has, everything in it, or my like nano meshes is some place where you might do that. But no, decimation is pretty much the last call. Like you might decimate it, sculpt the detail in it, remesh it, or something like that. But usually I'll almost never use it as a sculpting surface. Well, yeah, it's poo mesh if you're going to sculpt on it. All right, did that cover that? Do we have any questions there? And then who's next? So you're telling me Brian is next. Mm-hmm. Oh, we have two Brians. Look at that. It's Brian Lutz, right? Is that what I saw? Yeah, Brian Lutz. Because of the lag, if I do move on, don't stress. I'll go back if you do have questions. All right. Uh-oh. Why is this so damn laggy? Okay, you have something turned on. Oh, okay. So you took a... All right. So we have a curb link going here, right? Or pseudo curb. No, what was that? Okay, so here's a prime example of what I mean. This has how many? This has 66. So you right now, 66 times 2, we'll just keep it at that, is 122. So this model, why this is lagging like this model is actually 122 million polys. So in that case, this is where I would turn my array off. I would come here, take this guy, and decimate it down to 20,000. Okay. And now watch the difference in response. So you duplicate your original. So if you do need to make changes on it, that's cool. But don't array a 2 million poly model, because we now, when we come back down here and turn array on, look, I can move it around. It's not lagging because this is, you know, maybe a couple million as opposed to 100 million. So remember, when you see this, that is only for the active model. So if you ever try to make a mesh out of that, boop, that will take that and multiply it by that, and that is what your poly count on your model is. Important to remember. All right. I was like, why is this machine lagging? Should be able to handle that. All right. You know, once again, this is, you know, this is cool. I actually like the flat. I like the texture. Thing is, just make sure that, and this would actually probably work because this is so thin, and this is actually pretty flat. So that would probably work. And here your intersections are clean where it's actually hitting, right? That edge and that edge is where this would actually be hitting. The sad thing about this is actually you would probably be, hold on, center, where's my part? Okay. So you would probably be sitting like that. And then, well, these are all going to rotate together, so that's not going to work. But, so these links would probably wind up sitting something like that. Does that make sense? Not that that isn't interesting. It's just, remember how that's actually going to work, right? So if we go back, if we really want it to sit like this, you're probably going to have to do something in this vein. And that doesn't change the look that much, but now it's intersecting, you know, that contact point is there. And these are going to roll a little. It's not going to sit that flat. Now on the body it might, right? As you're wearing it, it could very likely sit pretty flat. But because these don't have a lot of roll to them, right? It's a fairly flat link. So you could probably get it to sit that flat, but you're going to get a lot of rocking. But all in all, I'd say honestly, that's the only issue, is getting your contact point right, and don't array mesh 2 million poly models. Right. And you know, you can really kind of force that point to be the point, right, by just not giving it anywhere else to go. So yeah, just remember curb links really are about that contact point. Yeah. No, I rotated a little. It's a little skewy. But I like that. You get interesting, good reflective light and dark edges, you know, where these become the more interesting point. Because a lot of times on curb links, you know, this up here is really where you're doing most of your artistry or whatever really happens, you know, in that zone. And by actually making it all back here, it really would make the curb link sit and read differently. I like it. It's sort of two-tiered. And, you know, you could really push that by even pulling this back more. Wait, where's my curb? Where's the one I'm working on? You know, by maybe even flattening that out more. And then it really becomes a flat form. That's kind of cool. I like it. It's neat. Honestly, that's about it. I mean, it looks good. Your curves are interesting. Like I said, the problem you're going to have here is this supposed to be texture on the back, or did you just not back face mask it? Because this is so thin, that'll just have a lot of burn through. You'll probably wind up not casting that. You probably want a little bit more depth in there, because these things aren't very thick as is. I don't know if I would right, because even right now, you know, that's after I filled it up, it's still microscopically almost touching here. Let's double those. Right, you can see here those surfaces are basic. I've filled that, and those surfaces are basically sitting on top of each other. So you want to make sure that when you are putting like texture or something in here, right? No, that's not what I was trying to do. All right, you can see that that had to be caused by backface masking, wasn't it? Because it's just drawing up too good. My assumption is you had backface masking turned off when you put that texture in there. So just remember, when you have something that's a deep texture like that, to not have it back here. Right, give yourself some room. And I always say, think about doing stuff on the back, but you don't want any kind of rough texture on the back that's going to turn into sandpaper. And there you go. Now you have some thickness there. Okay. But all in all, looks great. I like it. It's fun. So thickness, connection points, don't array big models. Don't make sure you use backface masking so you don't blow through your models. All right. So, Brian. So now we're to Jeff, correct? Once again, I'm going to continue to move on instead of waiting for a minute to get a response. But if you continue to have questions, I will definitely hop back to the model we were just looking at. So have no stress. Don't hesitate to ask questions. Even after that one doesn't have a name. Oh, that's koalas. That one doesn't have a name. That one doesn't have a, no, that's Lloyd, okay. I could have sworn I saw Jeff in here somewhere. There you are. All right, okay. Dun 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 dun. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm all yawny. Let's look at our sculpt. Okay. Now, this is basically a bead bracelet, right? Even if you hook links up or whatever, you're basically presenting this as a bead. Or you could have two sort of jump rings in there, and it could work that way as well. But how this is set up, it appears to be a bead. So the only things I'm going to warn you about that are bead bracelets is that you have to consider your surfaces that are touching, right? And so now let's look at it this way. And the only thing I would say that's really could be an issue is this right here. Make sure that whatever is at the high point is not aggressive, right? So, because these have the capacity to roll, and you don't want to create cheese graters. Because these points look aggressive, right? But if we look from the side, they're really kind of pointing down, right? Just think about your silhouettes sort of, anytime you have points, that they point away from the body, right? They're down. But you have this this thing right here, and that's going to be sharp. And so we can get it similar by taking you can do, just make sure those are pointing down. You can come back in and do that, and you don't notice that there is a big right, that stylistically doesn't change anything dramatically. And here, once again, you can kind of do something that's like that. If you're really looking for, I can't remember what the graphic was now, sorry. Like a star shape or whatever, you can get it. Just make sure that whatever the surface is right here, because that's the point that's going to roll around, and that's going to be touching the body a lot. That's just a cheese grater. So you created a cheese grater, which is okay. And honestly, stylistically or design-wise, I think that's the only issue. Because if you're just turning this into a bead bracelet, it's going to run through there. You don't have any issues about that. I didn't tell you you had to work on closure, so that's not an issue. Now let's look here. None of these are to front. Okay. So once again, let's ditch this, and we can like I said, we can kind of give you the same feel by doing it back over here and just keeping that flat on top. And now you can, right, let me look again what you had there. A star, okay. Like if you're very in love with that pattern, you can, this is flush, right? You can come in and basically get that same, well, it's not going to work with the double symmetry. right? Like we're knocking things back and in. Now this wouldn't be nearly as abrasive as the other, because, you know, for the most part, this is literally just flat. And we can do this. And just gives us a little step. Right? And yeah. Now do you see how even with a lip there, this is still basically a flat surface? So that's going to be far less abrasive than just that little point. All right, let's see what we have here. Ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. What is a concloser? A closure? I didn't ask you to worry about closures. Is that what we're talking about? Okay, well, I'm not going to wait for that. Tell me if that's what you're all talking about. I said that they didn't have to worry about making closures. I didn't ask about closures. Ooh, Scheiße lieber. Lazy mouse, turn that crap off. Okay. So do we understand the difference between that and that? Clasp or closure, yes. Right? That is 3 sharp points. That is a flat surface with a design in it. Right? And you can get it to look like your last one somehow or another. Right, so from here, yeah, obviously I need to get it to where it needs to be, but you can get it to look the same if that's an important thing to you. You just want it to be flat. You have nice planes here. This sticks out a little to me. You have such nice planular surfaces. I would probably, and this falls under intentionality, I think. Like, I don't quite understand what's happening over here. You know, maybe, I don't know why that little lip is there. Maybe there's a reason you can explain it to me, but oops. I keep forgetting a knot. Let me go back just a little more. Come back up here. I'm just going to history brush this. Damn you. Damn you, Gem. I don't want symmetry mode turned on. Okay, let's go back. We're doing one side and not the other. All right. So I want... but not Y. Okay. So once again, just falling back under the intentionality issue. And like I said, this isn't necessarily a comment on the aesthetic in the sense of the actual style that you're trying to do. I just want to know why. Right? So if we look over here, you have this form coming through here. It's plunging in here. But now here you have a half round with two grooves. So these two things make no sense together, right? Now, neither should mine, honestly, because I didn't take into consideration this. So when I talk about intentionality, this is what I'm talking about. I knew there was something bothering me, but I zoomed in and neglected. So let's get a similar feel there. And then we can roll this a little here. Oh, Lazy and Zoomy is not turned on. Hide you. Turn you on. So I'm going to rotate this off. And I'm going to go. And then I'm also going to go planar flatten line. Going to take that flat, connect it to there. And now those are on the same plane, right? And whatever the silhouette you're looking for is. But trying to get it where, like I said, the intentionality of the situation. You have this, have it go through, right? And I believe we have a history status here, so we can go here, turn symmetry off, and erase it back. Go back to clay tubes. Right, so you can see how it looks as if, you know, that's going through. Obviously that flaring out. See, this curve kind of goes like that. So at some point, if you were going to do it this way, I want to see these lines match up a little better. Those are pretty okay, but this one at the moment's pointing out this way. And if you like that and you want to turn it into something here, you know, that's fine. But if you have something diving into something and you have something coming out right next to one another, I want to know why. I want to know what's going on there. Does that make sense? All right, let me see. Well, you're going to learn how to, Sarah Yabernoff. We're going to make closures. You can mask it without a doubt, or like this. I have a history state back here where this is not right. So I can easily just, knowing that I have a history state, I can rock this off. I can take clay tubes. I can go, okay, I want this to come like that. And I want that to come like that. Hold on, let's turn symmetry on. I want that to kind of come and do that. Right, and that way, in my stroke length, I'm going all one place. Now, turn symmetry off. Come here and turn history on. And since I know that I have a history state that's before those, I can just come back and use the history state as an erasure point, right? And obviously you need to come in here and clean those edges up because that was beyond, but that gives you where, right now you have continuity in your lines. You just have to come back in and, you know, touch this up. So that's actually going under that. Turn symmetry on. Right, now you know where that is, so you can kind of come in here, punch that, knock this back maybe. Right. We know that that line's there. Come back here, make this intersection make a little bit more sense again. Right. So yeah, either masking or if you have a history state, it's easy to jump back and forth. Just remember in history you can't use symmetry tools, so you will have to go over it, you know, by hand without symmetry, but that's okay because you're going to come back up and clean it up anyway. And then in turn you can use the symmetry brushes or the symmetry option on your brushes. Damn allergies, my nose. Nice tool, I haven't tried yet to make circles and straight line. Oh, you mean Nezumi? Okay. Eric is next, I guess. Okay, the only other, I'm sorry, just looking at it. The only other thing, you tried to get it here, but you didn't quite succeed. Problem with teeth is they are actually very round, right? So I tend to use slash. This is one of the times when you do want separation. I know I say don't use drawing tools because you get separation. On the inside of teeth, right, soft, and then get out here, you do want separation between your teeth out here. So these get a little rounder. Now, if you notice, I'm not coming up and doing it up here. Only in this bottom part down here. Teeth are a special case this way because, as I say, we want to have alternating surfaces. So we want separation at the ends of the teeth and starting up the sides. And then it flips. And now they're going under. And here there's just a little too fast a transition there. Even if you want big flat teeth, which is fine and stylistic, I have some that have big flat teeth, make sure that they're reading as a surface instead of like a big bump. All right, so those are just a little straighter. And you want this line to definitely go in. And now we can grab twist. Get it small. And then, oops, do not go the other direction with twist. Right. Smooth that out. And now this is where mask. Oops. Those gums were not symmetrical. Sorry. And now once you get that masked, come in and just take this and tuck this in. And it'll give you this nice transition, and it looks like the teeth are actually going into the gums, right? And then in turn you do have to come back and just think about that edge a little. I usually just give it a little meat and then get it to go up a little meat, and that way it doesn't just look like a big flat edge. But you see how these now look like they're actually going back in and under, where these just look like they have a line there. Just something to consider. Yeah, twist is a fabulous tool for defining edges. And once you get like your lips in there, or the ledge in there, you can come back with move, and let's say you really wanted those to read square. You know, you can make this square again, but it still is selling that story of the teeth going back up and under that ridge. And they're separated and floating out here, right? The other thing you can do is pinch, get it big and kind of pinch up here. And because your teeth are fitting tighter, you know, pinching that gap is nice because it brings like the lip up and over. So, you know, things you can do. Other than that, looks great. Awesome sauce. It's not. The only place you really have to remember about twist is that it only works on one axis at a time. So, because it has a directional roll, and there are other things like the spiral and anything that has a roll direction. So let's get twist and let's make it really big so everyone can see, right? So I'm going like this, and you see how it's rolling in the same direction? Well, let's not make it that big. Let's turn on X. Yeah. And now you see that it gets confused, right? So it's rolling the same direction on this, but it's rolling the other direction on that. So any of the tools that have a directionality, a roll direction in them, and so that's also spiral. There are a couple of them out there, but these are the two that get you. See how they're going in different directions? So anything that has a rotation direction in the brush only works on one axis. So you can do symmetry on one axis, and then you can flip it, but very important. Righto. So once again, if you have any questions, tell me. I'm going to move to the next one, which is Eric. All right. And you're up here somewhere. No, you're down here. It's like the whatchamadoodle. I can shoal fossil layer. My brain. Sorry. Looks like a little fossil bracelet. Missing your little trilobites. Cool. All right, you went around the edge. That's good. All righty. So, the only thing I would say is, once again, and I probably wouldn't use symmetry, is get your twist and just come in and give me, that's the little, what are they called? The little butthole bug that we dumped all over the moon. What are they called? I don't think they're called butthole bugs. You know what I'm talking about. What is that little guy called? My poor memory. I'm pretty sure this guy is that little butthole bug that lives through everything. I would come in and just get even just a touch . And you can see it doesn't need to be super big, but I would, because you have so many linear lines. I know that lines are linear, but I hope people understand what I'm talking about these days. Right? And just get your outside edges just up and off a little. No, it's not a potato bug. They're called it's a funny name too. I guess we left a ton of them on the moon. No, it's not a maggot. A water bear, thank you. I was like, it has a cute little name too. I'm guessing that's what that guy is. Kind of like whole bug, but you know. Just come in and give yourself just a touch of separation. And I know they may want to be blending in. You can make it where the edges are actually blending in a little more. But the thing is this texture here and these low edge textures, just in the polish, they'll just show up a little better if they do have edging. And we're not talking about a ton there. But look at the difference between that lip right there and this connecting here, right? Is that a bend in the leg, or is that, you see what I mean? So having that actually come up and out will actually clarify your layers. It came out of the TARDIS, right? It's a tardigrade. Oops. So that would really be my only advice, is coming through and just punching up these edges so you get separation. Yeah, it's really adorable. I'm quite fond of it. Yeah, you came around the edge. I think every once in a while I might just bring one more thing just up around the edge a little. Just break these edges some. And you know, if you're looking from, because if you're looking at it from the inside, it's nice if you have a contrived silhouette, and that's a little aggressive. And no. Nope. And then boop. Why you? We're auto saving a lot all of a sudden. No, that's funny. Right. And then that way, once again, from the inside, it just looks, and it doesn't have to be like such a sharp line or anything like that. I'm just trying to give you an idea where from the inside, it looks, once again, that you made a decision to get there. It's not just that it was polished out or something like that, but that it is a design decision. I mean, once again, that can be a straight line, it can be whatever you want it to be, but I just think that finishing your edges are important. So no, I'm quite fond of it. I just think that you need to, and I know that like if you're actually looking at the fossil layer or something like that, that you know you would get things blending into the surfaces, and or the microbe layer or whatever, you know what I'm saying. But just coming in and just tipping off these little guys gives you just a touch of separation from the background, and that's just going to read a lot better for you. Right. You can see even back here, you're getting that edge lift, right? It's absolutely hysterical. It's like a chevron of microbes on parade chevrons. It looks good. It's fun. um, all right. I think that, yeah, I think that really is the only issue because, I mean, you obviously have the set style. It's nice. But you can see that hitting those edges just separate it out some. And it makes things not confusing. Like, you're defining, does it end there or does it come out here? And that's part of that, right? Das ist gut, my friend. Looks great. I'm not a masochist. That would make me a sadist, actually. I want you to suffer, not I. Sadist, not masochist. Not a masochistic bone in my body, my friends. Quite a few sadistic ones, though. No, this is a lot of fun. And what's funny is back here, it's just going to look like an interesting pattern. Nope. Looks great. Okay. Who is next? Let me see my list here. So Sid's next. All right, Sid. Did we upload you? Jeff. I know I downloaded you, but did I upload you to the file? If you're in here, there you are. Did I not put you up? Where are you? Keiko. So that's Brian. Is your name not on the model? What's your model, Sid? Is that you? I don't see a name here. Two pendants. Maybe I didn't load you. Okay, hold on. Oh, no, you're there. Okay. Never mind. I didn't see your name on it. Okay. Let's hide the first one. All right. All right. Okay, you get there. Sorry, it's not you. That's me. Okay, so you were just discovering on the back. We're not even going to deal with that. Okay, so let's just start on these outside lips. It looks like you're trying to get an over and under thing going on. You're pretty darn close. Wow, how big is that? Really interesting. See, this is where the dynamic brush size, it's like there's no reason in the world it's that small in something this small. So I'm constantly changing my brush size. That's why I have dynamic brush out here. So let us just give yourself a little lip there that might be coming in. But it looks like these are definitely trying to do this. So you can see by just putting that lip on there, you've really pushed that over-under concept. Alright. So that clarifies our edges a wee bit. Don't worry, we'll get to the back in a sec. So you have this kind of integrating with the front here. So you got to figure out why these are connecting or how these are connecting. This almost, I think you're probably, have it sort of mirror maybe. That at least gives us some sort of intersection there where we're getting, think of that as a cross ridge. And I'm just guessing, making stuff up, but once again, this kind of goes under that intentionality issue. If you're going to have something come over, decide why and how it's coming over. All right, so now we have something happening down here because this is crossing over, right? And keep thinking about this, and it's probably better if I don't do symmetry so we can look at one side versus the other. Here, well, easy way to do that later. So what's happening there is probably happening here, so let's this just changes here. We need to figure out what's happening in this intersection. Okay. These are our structural issues as far as Y's go. You have that reaching in, so maybe we have this reaching in. We'll figure that out in a sec. Your over and unders are pretty good. Once again, though, you're winding up, and they can, once again, things don't have to be flat, right? But I want you to think of them flat, because these are getting pretty round, and they're just going to read better with flat surfaces. Even if you have, like here, let's say this is here, and then we knock this little edge off so it's round. At least out here we have this flat surface, right? And they're just going to read much better if you're thinking of these things as flats. Because when you start to polish this stuff, the half rounds become, like I said, really linear lines. And that doesn't always read how we want if we're trying to do things that are these pseudo structures. Maybe that's something to do with that. We'll figure that out a bit. These just are lumpy, so you're not really, they get confusing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So what happens there? I have no idea. Something happens here. Because that changes the direction of your flow, right? So you don't have to continue this S curve here. Who knows? Don't have any quick answers here. All right. I think Okay. Something's happening there. Okay. Into whatever that transition is. Okay. Boop. Come on back. Come on back. Often when you start, when you reach that blockout level, wherever that point of your blockout is where you're ready to start sculpting, you might just drop a history point there, and that way you won't wait like this when you try to anchor a history point. But I lost control. I feel you. Don't stress about that. Hold on. Oh my God, you slow pokey bastard. Ah. There we go. Drop. Hold down control. Drop a history point. And now we're going to come all the way back out to here. Oops. You can do it. I know you're coming, don't worry. I don't know. I think there's something timely and special about naked koalas. I just think that, you know, I think it's quite a statement in today's Australia's on fire world. Ugh. My God, this shouldn't be so arduous. Ta-da! All right. So now we can do this. Turn symmetry off. Go to history brush. Come back here. And let's take this back to where we were. All right. So you can see that we didn't change much, right? But my edges are a little flatter, right? So we're selling that layering just a little better. And like here, this was indecisive, so I just made a decision, right? Okay, that's my decision. And it's not necessarily the best decision or your decision. I'm just saying, make a decision. And so by that decision, we can then in turn, you know, feasibly kick these edges up. And make these a much clearer transition. And whatever that decision was, I would probably bring it down here and kind of try to tell the same story in some format. Right. So we're not dealing with huge changes. I just want you to think about your surfaces a little tighter. brush is too big. Yeah, it's a better scale for that. You see what I mean? It's not a huge dramatic change. It's just getting a little definition in there and then making a handful of decisions. Right, see, even these look a little, because the surface is lumpy there. I think that if we get our surface a little more, oh, I was like, why is that being so lumpy? All right. And I'm not trying to change the feeling or the style. This is where no back and forth can be good. Let's make these just a touch bigger. Yeah. Oops. Obviously, you want to spend a wee bit more time and energy than I am here, but do you see what I mean? You just kind of threw down these marks and you weren't really thinking about directionality, and you threw them on a lumpy background, where if we flatten out our background a little bit. Now, if you're going to use this as a pattern, use it as a pattern in other places where it may be relative, right? Or relevant, not relative. Just pick one or two places where you're going to continue that in. So once again, you have a continuation of the idea into your part. I would probably do at least one there. Come on, you. I don't know what happened to this brush. Just have reasons for things. Does that make any sense? I think if you're using clay tubes mostly, I think that your clay tubes may be set too high. Because it looks like, because clay tubes can be really good for flattening surfaces as long as it's on a low setting. Because if it gets big, then your surfaces get lumpy. I don't know. Something like that. Does that make any sense? This intersection's crap. I don't know what I'm doing here. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Something's going on there. Yeah, I know. It can get there for you. You know, oops. My history brush. Guess what I didn't have on? A back face masking. Really important. Wow, it still hit that. Interesting. Oh, that's because I had pulled it flat. All right, we don't want to do that. We'll just call it flat. Yeah, once again, when you're like plotting something out on the back, right? You're throwing down some graphic lines here. What you want to do is think about what's happening. Okay, we have this edge, right? So we have this blade shape. We have a blade. And we have these two connecting surfaces. Okay, well, these need to connect. So think about not just as a graphic, but physically what's happening. Well, that's connecting. Okay. Well, the other side has the little hash marks. So let's make this side pillowy. So the hash marks make sense coming around. Right? All right, so now we have a pocket that's similar to the one on the front for hash marks. Okay, so this is our hash mark pocket. That gives us a lip here. Right? And just think of big structures. Okay, I want that kind of shape. God, my stomach is gurgling. So don't just draw lines, kind of wrap your head around what you're trying to structurally do. And now you have a rough format you can start going with, right? And then you just take another step and another step and another step. So think about structure. What's happening? What's going over and what's coming under, right? So we know that something has to connect these. Is this a scoop? Is this a ridge? Well, we don't want too many big sharp ridges because it's on the body, right? So that is always the question. Sorry about that. But does that make sense? I think if I was using those ridges, I would probably continue them up here. And then probably there. My brush got too big, but I think that, because, right, that's telling the same story. That's a graphic interior. Now, boop. You have this over and under thing, which is sort of like that rope that I talked about, like how to do rope. I just think sort of the same way as the flower on the other one. When it gets too big, it just becomes basically a line, right? So And now instead of putting that bright line right here on top, if you push it and get that line to be out here on the top of the lip as opposed to you can still get that bright reflective edge that you're getting here, except it's a little bit more in tune with the form. And then you can take your rake and still rake this, except now they're actually on a level and a leaf as opposed to, see, this is just, it's basically turning into a drawn surface, right? You have to, they need, you need to think about them in layers. Does that make sense at all? Also, when you have, this is fine, right, with points, but if you have points, it can be super thin in the front. It can look real pointy, but you want to make sure that come on. Come on. There. You want to make sure that it's nice, soft, and round in the back, right? It can look super aggressive up here. Sorry, I got into that one. Right, it can be pointy here, but as long as you're filling it in from the back and that becomes a nice soft round curve, that's totally fine. This is a needle that's going to hurt someone and destroy sweaters. See, this is fine because you have a lip and a edge, right? These just become too bright. That's not horrible. Excuse me. No, it looks great. There are just a few more decisions you needed to make, and other than that, killing it. All right. Who is next? I don't see my list here. There it is. Sid. Brian. Okay. Brian's next. That's wonderful. I don't know. I would have hoped for something a little more original out of you. I don't think that using just the base shapes really is the answer to design. I know, that's not actually the same. Yeah, and Brian obviously took. You're never going to learn, are you, son? So decimate your model before you do your test, because there's just absolutely no need in the universe for this to be 21 million polys. So we're going to hide that. Actually, do we have... You actually decimated the array rank, but didn't bother to but didn't bother to. Oh my goodness. Okay. Here, let's hide this. Let's go to this one first. All right. So, once again, where I think you're having issues is that you need to think about this as a dimensional object, right? Because basically, you're still just drawing on surfaces. And the problem with drawing on the surfaces, and I mean, you're getting more sculptural without a doubt, but you're conceiving these as drawings. You're not thinking about when you're making it as a dimensional object. And what happens is instead of, like, you're always cutting back and in, right? Here you dug this in. But what that does is you don't really attack the edges, and it creates everything where it is, you start sculpting to get depth, and you wind up with a silhouette like this, right? So start thinking a little bit more dimensionally. So these are sort of like little blossomy, weavy thingy-mabobbies. So let's actually give the design a chance to have some dimension here. Because look, all of your design is in like 1.5 millimeters of the object. So let's take this, let's squeeze this stuff. Hold on, let's turn symmetry on. Let's turn symmetry on. And see, from the front, I haven't really changed your design much, but now all of a sudden we have 5 millimeters of room to work in as opposed to 1, right? And everything's just not flat on the surface. And these become much more compelling objects. Now, once again, yeah, it's okay. I'm going to turn X off. Actually, let's undo that real quick. Z is on. All right. Oops. And once again, for this level of detail, you just, this is fine. You don't need 20 million polys on this stuff because you're not really taking advantage of any kind of surface detail. And of course, I'm being a little melodramatic with this, but I think that you'll kind of get the gist of what I'm saying here. Oops. All right. That's just chatter, nothing I need to respond to. No, crits aren't painful. 20 million poly models when you don't need them, that's painful. Was that? Oh, I dragged it off symmetry, sorry. Mm-hmm. Sorry, when I pulled it, I must have pulled it off symmetry. I apologize. Ooh. We're way off symmetry. Oh well. Whatever. Only pay attention to this side. All right, so let's look at the difference here, right? So your shapes are fun. You got some stuff going on. It's just, you're just drawing on the top 2 millimeters of the object. You just keep drawing on the surfaces. Start wrapping your head around these things as being 3-dimensional objects. And obviously this might be a little puffy and I drag some of these edges down and at the end you need it to be kind of flat and but look at the difference in my silhouette. I'm interacting with all of the surfaces, right? From front to back. Things are happening. my forms, you know, these like cobra heads are, you know, some really nice forms. Forms, not forums. Right? And so this is what I start to mean when I say think dimensionally, right? These aren't just drawn on features. They're not conceived as two-dimensional features, right? You're starting to conceive them as more three-dimensional. Right? So think dimensionally. You're sculpting, not drawing. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's that. And yes, I'm glad that you're proud of yourself that you made a 20 million poly bracelet that you didn't need to make. You, right? Just reason in the world that this is a 20 million poly model. This is bad mesh management. Bad mesh management. So let's go to our actual arrays. Okay, so here's our stuff. Now, once again, right, you're drawing a lot of detail on these things. And I really want you to start thinking about this stuff in layers, right? So let's get rid of X. And I'm making some very arbitrary layer decisions, so this is probably not the way you would do it. But I need you to get out of drawing onto surfaces because you are doing it a lot. You need to start thinking about these things as three-dimensional objects. So now, so the name of the game isn't how many polygons I can get onto a model. It's how do I understand my model so I can manage the mesh. And let's think of them as dimensional objects, not drawn objects. So instead of drawing lines, I'm just going to make a face that reflects differently, and that gives me two visual, right? That's creating a line with light, right? So instead of drawing these lines, I'm just creating a facet that will give me the feeling of a drawn line. And this is going to be a round. This is going to be a facet. That is going to be a flatset. And that is going to be a facet. Sorry, my allergies, my nose is just like, my eyes start tearing up and then my nose just starts itching really horribly. And that's going to be a facet. And if you want that double line graphic, you know, we can create it without having it be a drawn on detail. So, right, these facets are telling the story, not the big deep lines. And I know that some of these are lumpy facets. You'll get to deal with it. All right. All right. What do you have? You have another set of lines there. Does that make sense? No, more polys better is not always the thing. Start sculpting in that 1 to 5 million poly range. And then for the most part, that's going to do it for pretty much everything we've seen up to this point. That's going to cover you. You may need to kick it up at some point, or define it later with Sculptures Pro and History Brush Sculptures Pro, after decimation or something like that. But, I have fast machines, and, a 20 million poly model in a rotation is just, there's no point in it, because you're just not going to get anything done. You should decimate that down to 25,000, get before you start doing it, get this down to as low as possible, because every link doesn't have to be sculpted. You just need to know where the shape is and the spacing is when you're doing the arrays. You cannot have big meshes, or you're going to wind up blowing up your machine. You're not going to be able to use it. Wait, what are we doing? Hold on. Yeah, but that's still, look, it's 30 million, it's 20 million polys, right? I mean, if you're going to have something that has, 1 million, well, that's fine if you're sculpting on it once, but if you flip it 20 times, now it's a 21 million poly model, where if you, hold on. Come on. Auto group this. See, I mean, look, even auto grouping takes forever. This is a worthless model as far as trying to work on it. Do you see what I mean? There's no reason in the world, because you're going to change this, move it, and twirl it, and there's just, we'll take this one. Oh, you're killing me. Come on. We'll take this one. Take this one. Hide part. It's even crashing my system memory. It's so big. Delete hidden. Look, this one link is almost 2 million polys. 20,000. Yeah, it's because he has a 20 million poly damn bracelet. All right, so now we have a 20,000. Because all we're trying to do is get this thing, we're just trying to get spacing, right? It's the only reason to do the array. So now when you come down, turn on the array. I don't remember. Do you remember what the number was? I'm going to guess like 18. Z360. Lock everything. All right. And now when we drag this out to here, you know, you get your spacing right. And I know this is probably too big. This is too many, but it doesn't matter. Right? And so now when I make this mesh, it's 380,000 polys. 380,000, not 20 million. And look, you get everything you need. You know, you get all of your positioning, you get your size, you get everything. So if you're doing arrays or nano mesh, right? Decimate the living Jesus out of it, because this gives you all the information you need for this part, right? Does that make sense? Because I can't believe you could work on this, right? I mean, you're not running a massive computer, are you? If I remember correctly. So, right? And yet, just once again, I think that it really just comes down to, where's our working length? No, that's not it. Okay, this is the one we were working on, right? Yeah. And see, you're using depth as opposed to drawing. You know, look at how much depth you have here. But you're just drawing on the surface. You know, knock this back. My stomach just sounded like a jet was taking off. I can actually order Thai food today. Yay, Thai food. All right. You know, I'd match them up a little better than I did. But the thing is let's turn metallic on. And down here, see how much more dimension and stuff you have going on there? Plus, this is just completely wasted metal if you're not going deep, you know, if you're only doing 2 dimensions. Right? And let's say you really want this linear graphic. Well, that's fine. Just come back and just make sure you don't have to be that deep, right? It can be a surface detail. Oh, there we go. And so you can get that graphic feeling. I've lost that graphic feeling. I know. Well, I want more of my singing, I know it. Right, you can retain the feeling, but they're literally on different layers, they're pointing in different directions, and they're going to reflect much more dynamically. Does that make sense? The design language between the pieces is fine, right? It's just you're wasting 8 millimeters of thickness because of the dimensionality to them. That's the only thing. I mean, the vocabulary is nice. You know, design-wise, it's not an issue. It's just that you're designing a millimeter, if a millimeter deep, on something that is, you know, 15 mil deep. And you know, this is a deep one. You know, that's 1.5 deep, and that's one of your deep ones. Let's look here and see what this is. You know, here you're dealing with four-tenths of a millimeter, and the part right there is it's 49 millimeters deep. So this isn't to scale, is what I'm guessing. So that being 1 millimeter is a drastic overestimate if this is 45 millimeters by 300 millimeters. Hold on. Sorry, let us show part. Let's just measure our centerpiece here. Yeah, that is 51 millimeters. So let's say that this is, what were you guessing? Maybe 25 millimeters wide? So let's go 25. Resize subtool. Okay, so that's a little bit more appropriate scale, right? Sliders to subtool. 25 wide, 31 long, 8 millimeters deep. And so now let's look at your detail one more time. And here, let's take the deepest detail. That's 1 millimeter deep right there. So these guys over here isn't even 1/10 of a mil, right? So, oops. Oops, we don't want to do that. There we go. Right, so, you want to get some depth in there. Well, no, you don't have to pump those numbers up. You just need to get, you know, don't draw on the surface, sculpt the surface. If you have 8 millimeters deep and you're only sculpting at 1/10 of a millimeter on everything, well, that's not a sculpture, it's a drawing, right? So I want you to really wrap your head around finding, moments that you can take these things and come on, give it to me. You can do it. Oh. And you might want to work in scale. No, escape. See, that's the appropriate scale. And so, right, I really want you to work on next week's project. I want you to really concentrate on not drawing on the surface, but sculpting the surface. Because like you said, the vocabulary is nice. There's nothing wrong with the design vocabulary. It's just that, once again here, how deep is this? This is, that's only 3.1 millimeters deep, right? So first of all, that's a very thin bracelet, right? So if we go here, at least there you have a little under 5 mil. 3 mil. But let's look at your design elements. At your deepest, you're 0.2 of a millimeter. And I'm being very generous with that measurement. And don't get me wrong, I'll put lines in that are, a few tenths of a millimeter, and they show up. But, your entire design motif is less than a lot less than a millimeter, you're dealing with. And once again, I'm being super generous here. 0.7 mil. You have 3 mil and you've used 0.7 mil to get all of your design into. Oh, the only reason I cared about resizing it at that point was so I could actually measure things. Yeah, no, everyone. I'm reading the chat. You are a very impatient individual sometimes, my friend. We have a lag. It's a lag. No, I get it. I understand things are rushed. I understand things that. Your design vocabulary is nice. Just sculpt it, don't draw it. Right? Because, I understand that, yes, you're just blocking stuff up here. But, these are finished. You start to work on these. So I just really want you to, think about getting a sculpted surface. Oh, stop crying. Just start sculpting. Tears aren't going to do you any good if you're still sculpting 0.2 millimeters in an 8 millimeter thick bracelet. Crying doesn't work on me, my brother. Right? Does everyone understand this one? Are we doing okay? All right. Who's next? With all the chattel-a-latela. I thought I was building layers up. No, not even close. All right. Can you all hear that? My stomach is just like. All right. Oh, it's not that bad. you're not gonna sculpt at all. You're just gonna cry. It happens that way sometimes. No, you don't even have grooves. They're just like little surfacey things. All I can say, you know how to know if you're doing something. Why is this? Oh, we rebooted it. It's set at 1. That's why it's being an asshole. Uh, escape. Come on. I need to change this. I need to say this. For some reason, it is. It's kind of hosing me here. Let's make that 10 minutes. That's more like it. All right. Okay. Lloyd. Lloyd. There's Lloyd. Frame. Alrighty. What do we have here? In your bail. And we got that. All right. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? It's like doing its thing. It's on fire. Well, I can't eat anything. That would mean I'd have to stop. And stopping would mean this will go on forever. So, no, I'm not going to stop. Let's just get it through and get it done. All right, Lloyd, what do we have going on here? Is this a guy hugging a Cheerio? Is it a butterfly? Is it a OR? I thought I tried to teach you layers matter from day 1. Didn't we just actually have a big discussion on day 1 about layers? Is Lloyd here? Okay. Well, I'm not sure what we have going on here, Lloyd. Not that that's a problem. Just, I don't know. So, all I'm going to say is, well, once again, especially with pendants, I tend to want them to have like a soft belly, just so you don't get edged up. So once again, instead of making it flat, just give it a little bit of a curve away from the body. That'll make it wear just a little nicer. It's not a big deal. All right. So that's one thing. Next, it's hard to tell because I'm not sure what you're going for, but we're just going to do a little bit of a cleanup here. And oh, okay. So it's okay. That's okay. Now, so if we are doing letters, does everyone know that you can create letter? Have I gone over this? I don't know if I know that we went over it in one class, but I don't know if we went over it in others. Does everyone know that there's this lovely little thing over here called text 3D and vector shapes. Just, and I'm not saying that you were trying to do this. I'm just saying for those of you who want to do letters, frame. And then also you can scroll through fonts and see which font you like. So just in case you do have fonts, and it has, you can put a bevel on it, right? You can bevel edges. You can change the resolution so it doesn't get squirrely. So you can create fonts in ZBrush. Okay, well, now you know. 3D text and vector shapes. So not saying, well, gosh, you should have just typed it out. I'm just saying that we are doing text. Ta-da, you can just type it in. Now let's go back to here. So for some reason, and once again, you may be trying for lumpy. I think with just a little bit of effort, that's too strong. You know, you may be going for something that's very organic, but at least lay it in first where you're thinking of it in facets. So you know which direction your faces are going, and then that gives you a lot of control over, you know, kind of surfaces here. Because as we drop back, that's going to give you different directions in which your reflections happen. So if you want it to be clear, just try to wrap your head around it in facets first. And then you can come back in and, you know, move it or change it or shape it how you want. But it's better if you kind of wrap your head around it first to decide how you have your reflectivity going, right? And so we'll get that in first. All right. And you can see that it can still be organic, right? It doesn't have to turn into super clean text, but you want these things to reflect as singular surfaces. The other thing, as far as a K goes, we want it to still function as the structure of a K. So this really needs to read as one curve. Right? Because no matter where we look, we want that to be the spine of the K. So we just have to make sure that it is a line. And so the easiest way to deal with it is just take your brush and make sure that it is a consistent thickness. And then this can be wavy, but it's reading it as a consistent thickness. And then just make sure at this intersection it is clear, right? Because you want it to look, a K is very clear at this intersection, right? It's where all three come together. And this is really where the story of the K happens, right here. Because it could be anything, right? It could be an R, it can be whatever. But the K happens like that. SK trim polish. And then to keep it from being an R, I would have these two be somewhat referential to one another. Right, where that one, I'd probably actually put a little swoop in that one too. Right, and then have this change thickness or change direction with the facet, right? Where that's our K, right? And then this becomes a flourish of some sort. So maybe we change the direction of the face. Where that's, and I don't know if this will be successful. I'm just trying out ideas here. And then let's take slash. Is it soft? Yeah. And this is where drawing a line separates it from the other surface, right? So this is a point where we want the separation because we don't want it to look like an R. So these are the times that the drawn line is important, right? Because you want separation. And now, take slide, and I'm going to touch, take slide, and I'm just going to punch that down. Slash. We'll separate those pretty well. So now, let us get back to our clay tubes. Let's knock that back. Let's have this be very clear. Right, so we're going to define a new vocabulary point. We're going to roll this out here a little. So we know that this happens on the ends of things. What's going on over here? you're all getting bored and you're all chatting away. You know, poor Lloyd's actually getting a critique here, and you guys are just yibber yabbering, chibby chabbering. I see we have a lot of class discipline. Yeah. All right, so boom. All right. And I think if we put a little caliph there, that will read as a stop. And now that becomes a flourish. Or something like that. It's a little lumpy still, but, and actually I think that and then because we have this vocabulary here, let's take trim dynamic and knock this edge back. Knock that edge back. Fine. Mask that little leg off. Back face masking on. And that should prevent, so you notice when I mask this off, it completely hopped over here and masked that side off. Well, if you put back face masking on, it doesn't prevent, it inhibits some of that behavior. All right. Nope. So did you see the difference there? Did you see what happened? So this is SK trim polish. And look, I'm trying to knock the edge off, and you see how it doesn't really knock that edge off very well. That is where trim dynamic is just very good about knocking edges off. So that's primarily what I use trim dynamic for. Right. And then I would probably take this surface and slide it back so we don't have a bevel on both. Whoa! A bevel on both sides. Because we're using the bevel as a highlight, like a directionality thing, right? So we want this to be an edge. And we want the bevel to be here. Right? And that's why it changes direction here. Right? Because the bevel is creating dimensionality. So it's sitting at a 3/4 back, right? So that's there. This one gets it. Right? Because it's the same inside edge. And now, if you really want to punch it, we would bring this in. And now we have a bevel there and a bevel there. So now you have some directionality in your hanging. Right? I'm just a doctor. So no matter what happens, you want this to be very clear. Because as long as you have that, you're selling a K story, and then all this stuff is whatever the hell it is, right? So you're fine there. But do you see what I did? Remember when I told us to bend this? So now we've created something that is just going to impale itself on the human body. Bad call on my part. We'll just reverse that a little. There you go. And now none of our points are jamming into the body. And we have some force dimensionality. That little lump sucks. Right? Does that make sense? Did I lose Lloyd? Everybody else except Lloyd's been talking. Yeah, I'm pressing pretty hard. This is the damn problem. There. Damn it, Jim. I keep using too big a brush and I'm just mangling that intersection. All right. That's better. All right, Lloyd, if you have any questions. Oh, there you are. Great. So, it doesn't have to be smooth or clean. You know, it can be bubbly and lumpy and stuff, that's fine. You just have to make sure that the areas that are important, this K area right here, right? And this crossover, right? You can have your wedge here and your wedge here, but this needs to be an O, right? So, yeah. And I think that once you define something as, like if you have something this dramatic on this edge, I would put it on all of the, or at least imply it on all the edges. And that way, you know, you're telling a story that this is an end cap. It's not an R, right? Alrighty. Oh. All right. Stretch a little. Okay. So now I've lost my list because everyone's been chatting away. Earth file opals is next. All right. Did you already load your? You loaded yours up last night, didn't you? I think. I'm pretty sure it's there, isn't it? Yeah, Luke. Let's kick off. That's not it. No. Where did it go? All right, well, we'll just reload it. I know it was there because it's in my old. Oh, it's right there. All right, let me delete all. Okay. Right on, right on. Now I'm going to give you the same advice that I've been giving quite a few people today. No, organic's fine. You're still approaching this as if it were a drawing, okay? And you're getting layers and stuff. But once again, let's look off to the side here. And it has a pretty flat silhouette. And we have a lot of things going on. What makes this much more dynamic and interesting is if see, Brian, I'm not just picking on you. Oh, I need to turn back face masking back on. He's acting weird now. Stop. Oh my goodness. Right, if these got actual, that one might have been a little melodramatic. Not that bad. But especially with these cool panels and stuff, where you have the opportunity to, where graphically it looks the same, but you can play cool tricks with the eyes with, here, let's go to that, where they start reflecting in different directions. Sadly, I just twisted these all. Right, but you can see if that were twisted that way, you know, you have to get them to where they're actually facing different directions. And I think you have an opportunity. Ooh. Stop it. Here. Let's take that one and go that way. Right? And you can see there how you start to get different tone values as you're looking around. And I think that that could provide a lot of interesting visual, you know, you're playing tricks with the eye, right? Things are actually going over and under and having things actually no, not necessarily. So when we are doing, okay, so turn that off. Let me smooth out these intersections just real quick, especially if we're going to do Kitco. Okay, so here we go. Check mesh integrity. 35 are shared. So I'm going to fix my mesh. I just pulled those out, so that's why those are kind of wonky. All right. And so now make sure to hit close holes. And hit it a couple times, because sometimes it does it and then sometimes it doesn't. Don't really have answers on that one. It's thing. So always close holes before you check whether it's watertight or not, because very often they're very microscopic holes. Come on, you. Damn. You got lots of holes. All right. And sometimes there is absolutely just no fixing the mesh. Sometimes there's a pinch in it, or there is something weird. And do you see how I had 54 holes again? And then when I close holes, so when I stretch this out, it pulled two surfaces on one another. So you get very stretched out geometry as well as very tight geometry. And this is where you can run into issues with your meshes not being, see how much this is thinking? I've done something very weird with these surfaces when I pulled them, and it's not liking it. So now let's, right, you'll sit here, you'll fight with it, you'll fight with it, you'll fight with it. Well, the easiest thing in the world to do is duplicate. This is at 2.52 million meshes. If we just go in here, remesh by Dynamesh, get up to 1 million. And sometimes, like, you know, we're going to decimate this down to 1 million, right? So sometimes Dynameshing will get us to the point, because the only time you're doing Kitco is at the end, right? Because anytime you close it or whatever, or sculpt on it, it, yeah, I did something really weird to that geometry. There's no reason in the world this has taken that long. All right, so now we come back in here and look. And that 1 million did soften it some, right? So now you have to decide. Hold on, let's see if it get metal price. No, close, check mesh integrity. Fix mesh. Close holes. You see what I mean? Sometimes it is a pain in the arsehole. Because I did, oh. Hold on, auto group. Did it have auto group? Control Shift Tap. Nope, it didn't split hidden, so we don't have anything there. Just somewhere where I pulled or pushed something, we have a bad intersection. So check mesh integrity, fix mesh, close holes. Nope. So now I have a garbage mesh, right? Something about, I'm glad this happened actually, because we were talking about this earlier. So you've gone through all this grief. You got your model. Guess what? Sorry, it has a hole in it somewhere. There's a bad intersection somewhere. Something's going on. And it's probably right there actually. So now, guess what you get to do? You get to Z-remesh that sucker. And you notice I didn't go all the way down because this is basically done. We're just trying to get it, you know, into a place where it's a shell that works, right? So you're like, damn it, here we go. Now this happens, okay? So this is important that you understand that there comes a point when you have to give up on your mesh, right? It's never going to be solid. Especially when you start doing this weird stretching and stuff, that does weird things to meshes. It can happen. So this is something that you all should get used to. And that is, sometimes you just got to remesh, right? And so now let's just double check and make sure that our remesh is good. There you go. So this is a, you know, solid bracelet. So if you wanted to make this in gold, it would only be an 18 karat, $3,235 worth of bullion. Okay, so now we divide this up. And we come here. And actually, well, that's fine. I was going to say this has soft detail because I did that, but you come here, pick that as control, right? Control, tap. Now that's your history. Come back to here, project history. It's going to do its thing. Dun, 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 dun. Might miss like here, depending on how far up these go. This is a place where the other reason I like project history over project all is that I don't have to have the model that I'm projecting to up and running. Right? This is projecting to something that it knows where it is, so I don't have to see it. And this allows me to see where the problem spots are quicker. Why are they changing? Yeah, because, oh, so it wasn't just me doing it. You had a crappy mesh somewhere. Yeah, just Z-remesh it. Now, we need to get to. Can you not hear me? All right, just wait. It's not annoying. It's that I was trying to project. All right, it's going to do its thing. Give it a second. I keep forgetting that, this is a 4 million poly model. This poor machine doesn't like reprojecting 4 million poly models. It's not crashing. How many times? I don't know if you can hear me. Pain in the arse. Okay, I'm going to give this another second, then I'm going to fuck this off. Yeah, I'm done with that crap. Okay. Stop projecting, you dipshit. Where's that projection? Stop it. That. Oh no, that's not what we want to kill. Why are you still chugging along, you jackass? Oh, it's OBS that's struggling. Interesting. Oh well. Okay, it's gonna think away. Are we back up? Is everyone... Oh my god, how long a lag do we have? There's no lag on my end. That's all I can say. What's my upload speed? 161 upload. I think we're okay on my end. Oh, that was a bad call. Wow, it's still a lag that long? Holy shit balls. Well, yeah, I mean, this is a huge scene, right? I mean, I have a ton of models loaded. And so if it starts to lag and weird out, it's trying to keep up with it. So, yeah, it has something to do with it. No. No, there I am, testing my speeds. Okay, No, that's an overall issue. All right, so um, Mikey's, do me a favor and give me a list. I refreshed my screen and I lost chat. So will you give me a list and I'm just going to reload the models that we're going to use. So I'm not quick saving a 300 million poly model. So I know, let's see who I know we haven't done yet. We have not done Keiko. Boop. And Lloyd, Kirk, Brian, we did Eric, Sarah, and Sid. Did we do Jeff? It looks like we have a 3-minute lag. Mikey's, if you don't mind putting up a list. Oh my God, it really is like a week-long lag. I love how we had 40 people and now everyone's just gone. They're like, yeah, we're not waiting around for that asshole. Jesus Christ. This lag is like 3 minutes. Holy shit. Why are we lagging so bad? I don't understand. Is there like a setting in OBS that's like must lag 6 weeks? I don't get it. Literally, this is like a 2-minute lag. I don't think I've even asked Mikey's to put up a list yet. Oh my God, this is terrifying. Is anyone alive out there? Crazed. Hold on, that's probably in Dropbox. Nate. Download. All right. Mm-hmm. The lag is so bad. Every time I come back to the screen, I'm like, holy shit, I did that like 10 minutes ago. Okay. Okay, so we need, and this is Keiko, and now we need to load tool. All right. Well, at least that's quicker. Jesus, titty fucking Christ. What is that about? Ooh, sorry. It's class. I'm not supposed to cuss like that. Sorry. Yeah, it's getting through to me. It's just 6 hours late. Is this better? One 1,000, two 1,000, three 1. Oh, we have a 3-second lag now. Yeah, okay. What do you mean maybe? It's only 3 seconds. Okay. Oh my God, that's annoying. All right. If there's anyone out there who actually knows anything about Twitch, tell me what the hell that's about, because that right there will get on my last nerve. It makes me very aggro. Oh, shit. That's probably true. Okay. Let's try this again. All right. Okay, Brian, here's a very prime example. Look, we have lots of repetition here. Now, hold on. Let's make sure this isn't a live array, is it? Oh, it is. Okay. Brian, here's another example. I'm not just yelling at you. So if we were to make this a mesh, this would be a 36, 38 million poly mesh. So this is fine to test this like this, but remember, see how we're kind of lucky? Remember that if you're going to do an array, duplicate it, and just knock it down to, let's just come here, we'll knock this one down. Knock it down to like 20,000. Make it as low as possible. And then you'll notice that I won't get that chatter while we're trying to think of this, right? Because if you want to turn or make this a mesh now, it becomes a real nightmare. So duplicating, and before you array it, just Dynamesh it all the way down. I mean, decimate it all the way down. And then that way you can move things around as needed. But you can see that this becomes a much smaller model to be able, we're not getting that lag. Yeah. Honestly, it looks good. I think that, hold on, we're over here. We're over here. Okay. Damn it, Jim. Hold on, let's do this. Frame. You go home. Turn array mesh off. Home. Level. Turn array mesh on. And now we'll take this up. And now we'll rock it here. This just gives me a little bit better doing it from center. There. At least that way I can lock onto a view, right? Because I think maybe might thin that down just a little bit so it's actually rocking a little bit more in the belly there, right? Because that'll give that a little bit more room as it's rolling around so we don't get a pinch right there. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, all right. And then I would probably like to see, let's go here, turn array mesh off. Hide you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now that I'm seeing this here. So let's take the auto group. Let's actually hit them. And you can see what I mean by that needed to be just a touch thinner. Now we can do it here as well without doing it to the whole mesh. Turn symmetry on. I just want, yeah, no. What in the hell? Oh, we're not in the center of the world, are we? Okay. Before you do arrays, get your model in the center of the world. It's important, because when you start doing complex arrays, it gets really goofy if it's not. Okay. Now move. So either you can turn symmetry on, right? Yeah. All right. So you just want to make sure that as that's moving around, that's not a binding point, right? So that's one thing. And that is for this as well. You want to make sure that these are higher than that contact point, right? So W. Well, right, you want to just make sure that that has clearance around that part from where it's touching. Because when you have them not touching and it's straight, you're like, oh, okay, well, that's fine. But when you brought it in, it hit here. So just make sure that you have plenty of room when you're doing that. And an easy way to make sure that these don't rock on each other is when you have a stepped in rotation here, you can make this a little wider so it doesn't have room to twist this way, right? That'll restrict the movement where your channel is consistent. That way it can only move a little bit like this and this. It can't rock. This is just a kind of hard surfacey model thing, so I think keeping its relation might be important, maybe not. But that's something to consider, because if we go back, right, you can see that this now has plenty of room to move in here. Not that it's a big deal, it's just something to consider, because this will move this way, which can allow it to, Scheisse Liebe, which can allow it to rock this way. All right. And then the only other thing I think I'd say is these, you had this edge coming in, and let's just take this plane, right? You have your plane sitting there. And here you see we have it dropping back in there some. And you can see what you did when you flattened this, you dimpled that surface. I think that we get this up off that surface a little, and then remask that, planar flatten. I think that's kind of, no, my plane didn't match up exactly with yours, but we're not doing this both sides. No, good. Okay. Right. Okay, it doesn't matter if your planes are matching my planes. That's not what I wanted. That's OCD as hell. All right, let's. And I would probably. Okay. Other than that, I think you're pretty darn okay. Oops. Right, so make that a steeper transition and see how my plane actually cuts back under that. Right. As opposed to your dent right there. Right, that right there. And once again, sorry, my plane's a different plane, but I mean, if we just look at that part here, just so that this doesn't become hellishly distracting as it is to me. Oops. Oops. Sorry, my OCD just wouldn't let me look at it with the planes not even kind of lining up. Okay. Oh, damn it, Jim. Fine. Crazy man. There we go. One more pass. That was it. Look at that. There we go. Planes. So I think that becomes a clearer story with it going under there than having the dents and stuff, especially when you have such a hard surface thing. So okay, so actually let's go over that a little since you have something that's a bunch of intersecting planes. Okay, let's try this again. We're going to go over here. Let's hide this part. What am I doing? I'm hiding that part. Okay. So we want to make something that has sharp edges, right? And so she came in here and tried to get all our stuff. So this is where I'm going to start my first reference plane. I'm going to turn this off. We're going to come over here. Let's turn symmetry on. Okay. So I want this edge to be my first reference plane. Why? Because it is 90 degrees to camera. So I'm going to use trim front because trim front is a reference plane, right? It is always 90 degrees to camera. So I know that I can control it. We're going to go here and I'm just going to cut in. Now you'll notice I have a dent right there. See, like right here? So if I hold down Alt, it'll pull it up and fill it, right? Okay. So that's my first reference plane. And I do not have symmetry turned on. Okay, hold on. Are we in the center of the damn world? We are not. Okay, hold on. Split parts. W. Center of the part. Nope. Okay. Someone asked this the other day. Oh, I can't get my gizmo to center. I have gizmo turned on. So it's actually going to the center of the half, right? If you notice, what that is center right? Makes sense? Because we have symmetry on, it's going to the center of a half. So, to go to the center of a part, we need to turn symmetry off, hit our map pin, boop, we're in the center of the part. Now hit the house, center of the world. Now we can use symmetry. So, turn. Well, we can use X, Y, and Z symmetry on this. And, well, no, we can't because it's not square. All right, that's probably pretty close. Close enough for what we're doing. Okay, so now I need to make a first plunge, right? So we're going to take this, cut, trim, front, turn symmetry on, X. Now, you notice that I'm only going to be doing this on half, right? Because I have it hidden. That's okay. Because we just need a reference plane for these cuts. Here's our first one. Get rid of gizmo. I'm going to use trim front. And is symmetry still not on? What the hell? Okay, there we go. I'm like, damn it, figure, never forward. All right. And you notice I'm cutting into those angles. I don't much care right now. I'm going to turn this into a reference plane as well. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So now we know that those are our beginning planes. So now I can bring this on. And now I'm going to go to planar, because planar goes off the surface, not the camera, right? So I can come back here, and I'm going to rub over these planes. And now that symmetry's turned on, you can see that it did it. Well, now we have this little area down here that needs to be filled. Hold in Alt and see how it fills. Okay. So once again, we have our base reference planes. We need to do it here as well. Okay. Does everybody understand this? Why we did this? These are the only planes that are 90 degrees to any camera angle. So we have to start someplace that we know works. Okay, so now, smooth that out. So now let's cut this angle just because. So how do we cut this angle? Planar flatten line. I'm going to hit that, go from this point, kind of go down the center, and now I'm going to just move it. It is a drag tool. Now, as you can see, that wasn't perfectly 90 degrees, but you know what? Don't care. It's close enough to spit on. Now, you'll notice I'm cutting back into that surface. Oh, hell, I've ruined my surface. No, we haven't, because we're just going to take planar, come back in, hold Alt, and it will fill it in, and it doesn't cut into that surface, right? So now we have a nice intersection. So now, what's our next curve? I would probably say this is our next curve. And we're actually going from out here to down here. So we're going to do a few tests. Planar flatten line. Let's start here and go to here. And that's pretty close to the plane, right? So we're just going to use that. And that's going to come down here and cut in this. You just have to think about the order that you're working in, right? Okay. Okay. Once again, we've cut into these surfaces. I'm not worried about that right now. As long as I have the percentage of the plane good, we're good. All right. So now we have this plane, and it's coming planar flattened line, coming from this surface, and it's going to end right about there. And so there we go. We're going to get that in, and now we have that plane. Now planar, we'll cut that off and now hold Alt and get that in. Plane that lines, hit Alt and fill it in. Hit that line, hit Alt, fill it in. All right, we're pretty damn close now. So now we're going to get this line, fill it in, plane it off, plane it off, fill it in, plane it off, plane, fill. All right. So does everyone understand how we got here? Right. So now, if you'll notice, as I'm going along here, if I'm just using planar, I get these dents, right? Because planar isn't pulling up unless I hit Alt, right? So planar flatten is a good way to do this because it's going to pull everything up and cut off, right? So it's pulling the edges up and it's cutting surfaces back and down, right? See, it'll cut it back and it'll raise it to it. Does that make sense what I'm talking about? Right? Planar, see, it doesn't fill unless you hold down Alt, but it will trim off, right? Okay. So you can kind of see how I started to think about my surfaces. Now I'm going to make sure, I'm going to come in here and just make sure planar flatten. I'm going to make sure that everybody's sort of flat, right? Everybody's kind of where they need to be. And I'm going over my edges a little, right? So planar flatten will pull the outside edges up to it, right? And so you're always going to get that weird little lip. There's no way around it because that's what it does. But we don't care right now. We're just trying to get our planes all where they should be. Now I probably wouldn't worry about this too much because we got off center, so my planes aren't right. I'm just going to work on this side and then we will duplicate. So I see that my planes, my part's not real symmetrical. Not even going to worry about it. I'm just going to come here and make sure this side works. So now we're going to switch to planar and we're just going to start cutting surfaces back. Right? Cut that back. And so I've cut into this side, so I'm now not worried about that one. We're going to cut back up in two things. Right? And I'm just, like when there are dents in the corners and things like that, just hit Alt and it'll fill it. So now planar. so now we need to get rid of that. Planar Alt, and you see it makes that edge sharp. We're going to work on those edges so it doesn't matter. So we're going to come in here and Planar Alt, and that's going to get that intersection. Planar Alt, we're going to connect that intersection because you saw that that didn't reach all the way over there, right? So now we're going to go, we're going to hit that, and now, see, these are all clean edges. So now we come here, hit Alt, and that'll clean that edge up. And we know that we're going to have to roll over one of those edges. So we're going to roll over this edge. I'm now going to clean that intersection up. And now from here, Alt, that's going to give us that sharp corner, and it'll give us this intersection. And this geometry is just a little low. I would probably be doing this at a slightly higher geometry so we don't get some of that intersecting stuff, but that's okay. There we go. So now that's pretty darn close. We'll get our corners. This side obviously needs a little alting. And you just kind of step around and kind of plot the best way to go and get your thingamabobs. So now, you know, get clay tubes and kind of get this. SK trim. So once again, I'm just kind of making that a reference. Planar flatten. All right, that's okay. It's too low. So we're going to take planar flatten line and go from here out to here. Planar flatten line. Actually, let's just get a big planar flatten and take this all the way out. We'll bevel it in a sec. There we go. And we kind of have something going on in here. All right, so now we've kind of thrown in a bunch of reference angles. Come in with planar, cut that one. Planar Alt, come up behind it. Planar. Because that's super thin right there. Hit these, smooth that geometry out again. See, it's much easier to come in here with this big flat plane than it is to try to get into that little corner there. So you have to just wrap your head around the best angles to come at things, right? See, this mesh is a little mangled. So we'll just have to make do with what we got. poorly conceived angle, but we're going to say, hey, we meant to do that. Right, we'll probably planar flatten line. Let's come from about here and go there. Oops. Right. Yeah. Planar flatten line. Planar flatten line. Planar flatten line. Planar flatten line. All right, so we have roughly our surface faceting. Come back with planar. Cut it off. Okay, so you can see that so does it make sense kind of how I'm stepping this in? So I know that that's going to come back up in here somewhere. This is a poorly composed angle, sorry guys, but whatever, I think you'll get the point. Planar flatten line, planar. Planar flatten, or alt, sorry, planar alt, planar alt, planar, planar alt. And so, you know, if you really want this to be the split, we can do planar flatten line again, kind of start there and come up to here. And that should make that disappear roughly right there. Right, and now planar, planar alt, planar, planar, planar alt, planar. You see how you have to work a direction so you can come back and cut off and get back into your spaces, right? Right. Right, and so now we're at this point, we're happy with what we have. This is going under, this is that intersection with the link. So I want that actually to be smooth. Right, I don't want any facets on that. I don't want anything that's going to interrupt with the motion of the link. And planar. Boop. Lower my res, smooth that out a little. High res, high res. All right, so we're pretty fine with that. Planar, boom, 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 boom. Okay. Now we just mirror and weld. So we're going to mirror and weld Z first. Delete lower. Well, duplicate. Delete lower. Mirror and weld. Okay, do you see what happened? It mirrored the wrong direction, right? It took the bad side and put it to the good side. Well, mirror the part, mirror and weld. Boom. And so now we need to see what axis we're on, right? So see, this is top, that's bad, right? So this is a y axis. So we come back down here and we go to y, mirror and weld. Yep, it did the same thing. See, it mirrored the bad side, so we undo. We hit mirror, y-axis, then mirror and weld. And now you have a symmetrical part that, oops, I need to come back with planar one more time and just hit that edge. And that's just a collapse of geometry. We just don't have enough geometry to make that intersection good. You just come back in and tap the corners where you have a little bit of overlay. You know, you can come in here and just make your brush smaller, obviously, and boom, boom. And it's just a little back and forth until you get to the point where you're no longer being aggressive on that surface. Does that make sense? Did everyone wrap their head around that? This is just a really good example to do all the planar flatten, line, and trim front. Well, that's why I say we learn a lot in crits, because, you know, that just took like, what, 20 minutes, a half hour, whatever. And in a class that's that short, I can't go off on tangents and like this. It's just easier to do that at these crit points. Yeah, using 3 brushes: planar flatten, and planar flatten line. Oh, 4 brushes, I guess, and trim front. But we only use trim front to set up our angles. And technically you can use planar and not planar flatten, blah, blah, blah. Just get used to using them as separate tools. You'll be happier at the end of the day. And then, you know, you can just come by and hit smooth and come in and kind of get some of that jitty-jatty off. But that gives you a really nice way of getting facets. You know, you can see here that, well, really with that facet, we probably want a facet here, right? So that's a, you know, well, probably not actually, because that makes this proud. So does anyone have any questions about planar flatten? The difference between planar and planar flatten. Let's go there first. Yeah, for getting corners, this is really super important, right? And that is, you know, you choose a side, right? And I think that this is going to be this would be the noisier side. So we'll do this one first. You come in, right? And you cut into the one surface. You cut past it, right? And then you come in here and we're trimming this off. And now we come in here and we cut past that surface. Come here, cut past that surface. So now I'm going to come over here, hold planar and alt, and I'm just going to come up. And you notice I'm going past that surface, right? I'm making sure that whole thing's hit. And then just planar again. And now we have this outside surface. Smooth that chatter down a little. And now we can just take planar, come in. Obviously we need the planar alt there. And now just planar alt and just tap back and forth until this brush is like for these intersections, you want to get in close and make your brush smaller so you can do this. But you can see that this mesh has gotten a little ugly. Because once again, this planar stuff is really aggressive on corners. It's very destructive. So you want to make sure that you have a lot of good mesh. And then if you do get weirdness, just lower your resolution, relax it. Right, let's look at this mesh. See, this mesh is all muddle fucked. So when you start doing this, like I said, this is very aggressive on these meshes. And this is another reason you want your subdivision levels, because then you can go down, relax the mesh, come up, and still have your corners. But anybody have any questions about that process? Did Randy just upload something? Bastards. Okay. So let's go here. Let's go to... I'm just going to say, Randy, if you're uploading something at what time is it? 6 p.m.? Or was Randy already here? Did we already have Randy and I'm just hassling him for nothing? No. Oh. So we already had Randy's. Sorry. Hassling Randy. They're like, what are you doing uploading something at 7? Jeff older. Wait a minute. Where's Randy? Randy, I'm not seeing your part in here. Ah, 36 minutes ago. Bad Randy. Randy, you uploaded that part at 5:30 in the evening for a class that starts at 10 a.m. I'm just saying, bad Randy. All right, let's load Randy. Load tool. Randy. Oh my God. You got all kinds of stuff going on there. Okay, so we're here, right? So that is your block up on the flourish. That is the floor. Let's, yeah, okay. 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 And this is all still multiple parts, right? Or have you unionized this? No, it's still multiple parts. Okay. So the first thing I would do, this is a 20 million poly thing. You don't need 20 million polys for this. So we're going to duplicate it. And we're going to dynamesh this down to 1 million. And then Z remesh it. See, now... Now this is a big decision on whether to just dynamesh low and just use a dynamesh, because Z remesh might get complicated. So let's just hide everyone else. And you come up here. Whatever. All right. Boom. Let's duplicate this. W remesh by Dynamesh. Delete lower. Turn this off. Boom. Remesh by Dynamesh. I'm gonna go lower than 1,000,000. Let's try that because I want to smooth this out a bit. We're gonna Z remesh it because you don't have a ton of surface detail here, so this is what I want to avoid in the Dynamesh, right? So we need more geometry. Undo. We did do crazed, I think. I remember it in a list. I might have blown it off, to be fair. Okay, so who is crazed? I don't think I did. I think we did crazed. All right, you're confusing me now, buddy. All right, so you can see we still have a little bridging there. So we might be able to get rid of it with sculptures. No, it's just making it worse. All right, so we need to go even more. Remesh by Dynamesh. Fine, we'll just do it 1,000,000. What do I care? Who's crazed? What's their name? Crazed does me no good, guys. You got to give me the name. But I'm pretty sure we did crazed earlier. I'm pretty sure we did, Nick, didn't we? Am I just completely high? I may be. Nope, we didn't. All right, fine. Well, whatever. We're in the middle of this one right now. We'll go to the next one. Sorry, guys. What the hell do I know? All right, so now here's our Dynamesh. The question at this point is, how much sculpting am I going to do? So I'm going to look at this, and I'm going to say I'm going to do sculpting. So now we're going to, what did I do with, what's this one? Oh, that's the 20 mil. Okay, so there's this one. We're going to duplicate the Dynamesh. We are going to duplicate the Dynamesh. Thank you very much. We're going to come out here, and we're going to smooth some of this down. Whoa, not like that. We're we're going to turn Sculptures Pro off. We're going to make sure that smooth is turned on. And now I'm going to smooth this out some. Now the problem is that this is pretty highly detailed, so I want to see all right, now see these weird little puckers? That is the airspace between, those are areas that didn't dynamesh separately. Here, let's look at the inside and see all these weird puckery dotty things. These are those little puckers that I was talking about that you don't have your brush set up to deal with. So I have this minimum connection point right here. I do not know why my smooth brush is not just saved with this at 1. Make this 1, because now you can see that as you go through these will now smooth out. I thought that those were surface problems, but they're not. It's just I've crashed and I didn't reset my brush to 1. But you can see there's still this weird artifacting. Those might be noise shells. And we'll go through and we'll do this again. So we're here. Now let's just get rid of all of this. Because these are not things, when you Z-remesh, it's going to try to get that information into the mesh. And you don't want it thinking about that crap. All right, so we... So 2 areas that might go all the way through. Let's look at this area. And you can see that that was like that little air bridge, right? So we're going to have to deal with that. Boom. Turn on Sculptures Pro. And that will fill our hole. All right, so now let's come back here and look at this. But see how it left this hanging in there? And you can see these weird little spots and little specks and stuff. Those are things we have to deal with in a minute. Okay, so now we had that one bridge. Where was the other one? It was right over here somewhere, wasn't it? There it is. We need to get rid of that one. Boom. Come to the other side. Boom. Okay. So now we know for a fact we have artifacts, okay? So we're going to auto group. I'm going to hold down Control Shift and I'm going to tap this surface. Boop. You'll notice the split hidden thing has come on. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to show you. So see all these weird little specks and dots, and that is crap that has been left into the model. So we just need to delete that crap. So normally I won't split. So we do that. Split hidden comes up. Normally I just hit delete hidden and it gets rid of the Dynamesh and Boolean artifacts. I've went and I've smoothed some of this down because I don't want it thinking about it when we Z-remesh. All right. And I'm just once again coming in and softening some of this detail because I don't want Z-remesher thinking about it. All right, so now we're probably going to have to do Let's try 2000 and see if that works. And this is still going to give us, a few See, Dynamesh, we had the Dynamesh at 1 million polys. So that won't even give us one subdivision level, right? Let's hope 2000 does this. Oh, that did fine. Okay. So now we can divide it at least 4 times, I think. Yeah. So we have 5 subdivision levels and we're at 2.5 mil. We're probably going to divide this one more time, actually. Then we're going to lower this back. Let's go one more lower. 159,000. We're going to come back up to our groover up here. Now, is this the one that has been remeshed? All right, let's just come here. Holding control. Make this our history state. Come back. Project history. Randy, what brush are you asking? Well, you can Dynamesh to whatever number you want. That's why we have this lovely thing right here called Dynamesh Master with this slider that tells you how many millions of polys it is. Okay, so now this is what I was afraid of. You notice that when this reprojected, you see how it tried to get into, see these weird projection points? That's because this still has all of its history. I mean, all of its, each one of these is still a separate tool, so it gets confused in the projection. But luckily, stop that. Luckily, we can just come back in here, smooth that out, because this was still pretty low, right? And normally I would come back in and with this 20 million poly model, remesh by union. Here, we can lower res. You don't need this much resolution for this surface detail. Lower res. Okay, that doesn't screw us too bad. No, I don't think you're... Okay, so we're going to delete higher and delete lower. Come in here, W, remesh by union. And this is eliminating all the noise shells, right? All right, so now, nope. So here's another prime example, accept, come down here, auto group, turn gizmo off, control shift tap, and you see split hidden. I'm gonna show you split hidden again, just to show you what kind of crap is left over. See, like these little specks. It just leaves like some little artifacts. That little artifact will prevent this from becoming a shell. It can be a perfectly good watertight shell, but as long as that's floating inside of it, ZBrush will reject it as a watertight shell. So, once again, I would just hit delete hidden. We wouldn't split it and delete, but I want you guys to see what that is. All right, so here is our that. So now let's come over here, hit control, come back down here. And so now watch how this projects differently. We're going to project history. So even if you had a lot of surface detail where you needed to retain that 20 million polys, I would duplicate it and I would remesh by union so you have a good projection shell, because you're going to, right, we're Z remeshing, dividing up so we have subdivision levels again. And now I think we'll wind up with, what was it, like 5 million polys? And 5 million polys is much easier to work with than 20 million polys. And so much of that, you know, a good third of that geometry was on the inside where each of those surfaces met. So you want to get rid of that as quick as possible. Can you all hear me? And how big is our lag? 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. Oh, now I have just a total fucking lag. I see. So no, you all can't hear me. Hold on. Lag test. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6, 1,000, 7, 1,000. 40. Are you fucking kidding me? 450. Okay, so we just have a year, 48. We have a year-long lag. Jesus. Hold on. I just want to... This is an effect of their new video delivery system. So basically, Twitch is just fucking getting hammered. That's the problem. Okay. Well, at least I know it's not me. Twitch is just getting hammered. Sorry, guys. All right. So, obviously, I'm not going to do the whole thing. But as you can see, we've projected, and look at how much cleaner this projection is. We don't get all that weird garbage in there, right? So, much better. So, did I totally pork my... Did I project the wrong one? That would be great. No, fuck off. I did. I think I totally projected the wrong one. I sure did. Okay, so we're going to start here. Let's go here. Project history. This should go quick. It's only 159,000 polys. Oh my God. All right. So the only thing I'd say here, fuck it, we're fine. We're going to do. See, now I'm starting. This is what happens. I get to the end of a long stream and this starts doing this kind of garbage and I get pissed and I start cussing. All right. Okay. So we're at 10 million polys here, right? We don't need that much. Let's lower our res down. 2.5 is fine. So what I want you to really start thinking about once again, and I think we kind of went over this, but this is flat, right? And once again, we want layers and depth. So make sure to lay out your, do I have something that isn't on backface masking? No, it has backface masking, okay. Right, and that's going to lead to good intersections. So someone posted a book that I own, the Acanthus Leaf book out there, and all scroll work is actually based on acanthus leaves, really, or all traditional scroll work is. So it's a very good book to understand scrolls. Right, so you can see what I'm doing. Look at how much height you have here. Use it. We're not drawing, we're sculpting, right? So make sure that you're using some of this depth, right? All of this stuff is basically on the same level. Get it back and out of the way. Right? Once again, look at this. And get it back and out of the way. You know, get this, use trim front, boom, knock that crap down and out, get it out of the way, lower res. Think about what's going in front and what's going behind. I can grab move topological and let's really get some of this stuff dynamic, right? Scrolls, S shapes. All right. Scroll work, S shapes. Right. Things going front and behind each other. Same as everything. Make it sculptural. Whoa. All right, let's trim front. We can go right back to a flat back with trim front, but you can see we now have transitional forms. These are plants, right? Even stylized. Even if it's architecture, these are plants. And so what happens at our intersections? What's happening with this stuff, right? So just make sure that you're kind of thinking about it dimensionally. Lots of these intersections are these sort of scoops where they go behind one another. And even if you're not doing the traditional ridge, so in engraving, these turn into these little peaks and then they have these like ridges that kind of do that. Even if you want it less or more stylized than that, just remember what's happening here though, right? You know, these are two leaves that are intersecting. What's going in front, what's coming behind, right? All right, so this is an intersection where you have to decide what's going on, right? Well, this is a nice high ridge, but this is a good place to be in front. right? So let's pull that in front because that gives us some depth. Well, what's happening there? Is it one of these? Right, you need to make some decisions about what's actually happening in these places. Right? Because they're sort of, think of them like almost like the Monty Python thing where it's a trumpet, and a little trumpet comes out, and a little trumpet comes out, beep, beep. That's kind of what these are happening, right? Trumpet, 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 probably a trumpet there, right? So these are how these intersections actually play out. And once again, you may not want it to be, that literal. But even if you aren't being that literal, you have to understand what's happening at those points, right? Anytime you have like one of these shifts, it's really a shift in the plan, right? And so you have to figure out what's going on. And this is a good place for you to pinch your design, right? Even if it's not, right? So you don't have to give it this belly and then these like little ridges. Right? But understand that that's actually what's happening in the plant. So wrap your head around kind of that. But that also gives you, even if, like I said, even if you're not doing it, at least you know where you're high. That's giving you decisions about where things lay, right? And I think you need, instead of all of those lines, I think you need to simplify your surfaces and do those lines as plane transitions, right? And see, I'm not going to use a single defining line here. I'm just going to use planes and let's see what it looks like. You can see the shaper there, right? That big belly and then the little ridges. Once again, right? That's coming in front. Make sure the other thing is actually going behind. They meet at this V, so it comes to a ridge. So that's dimensional, and that's your original part. So now let's go to our shiny material. You see how this is just reflecting as one plane? Where that'll reflect and it'll follow the curve up and around. Do you see the difference in the reflective quality? I mean, look at how much light travel we have going on, like right here. And that's just some lines, right? You're not getting any, transition. So think about them more sculpturally. Don't just waste, don't just sculpt on the top 3 millimeters. Get it down, get those V's going, change all your forms, get your shape sideways, get everything digging around, even this stuff, knock that crap back. Does that make sense? So, okay. So you're saying we'll do this one first and then we'll go to Randy's? Is that what I'm hearing? All right. First of all, get rid of all the paint. I don't care about the paint job. Okay. Well, is this a new piece? Is the pendant in here? Or is this, because this is the one we did last week, right? Do I have the wrong model? Okay, someone needs to remind, because I think we did this one already. I know we worked on this last week because we were talking about hand shapes and stuff. Right? So in a minute, whenever our lag. Yeah. I think I grabbed the wrong model somehow. Okay, someone figure out what's wrong with that model. We're going to go over here and look at this one. Oh, bear. Okay, once again, turn off all our paint. Yep. And that is how the color works. All right, you're all confused now. Now the question is it cutting the post? Let's look at the cutter. That's not the cutter. That's the cutter. Yep. Exactly. That is exactly right. I usually tend to, when I'm cutting holes, now, unless, like, let's say this was deeper and the hole doesn't go all the way through, I tend to, and it's just purely an organizational thing. Like, if I have a hole cutter like this, I would tend to leave the tops open so I can see my wall and my tolerance. I'm paying attention, and this gets really. Does that make sense? So I tend to want, whenever I have a hole that's cutting through, I'll leave the top off just so I can see what wall thicknesses are, because when you start making a bunch of these things, it can get confusing, right? So if now you could see where if, let's say, you were doing that, and you know it's not meant to actually cut all the way through, sure, you put the top on. But if it's meant to cut all the way through, I tend to leave the tops open just so you can see actually what you're cutting. But yeah, that is perfect. And in fact, you may want, um, you might want to sit these cutters even a little lower here. And that way you have more meat at the end. You hammer that down. It's not just this outside edge. It's not just the pin holding it, but it's the friction of the depth of that whole flap. Does that make sense? That's actually wonderful. You see what I'm saying here? That I would probably lower this cutter in as here. You know, that's really thin. This actually gives it a good seat, a good bite. So when you hammer that in, it's not just this keeping it in, but just the pressure between that and that will keep it in a great deal. he's, he's whoa. Fair enough. Yeah, no, that's perfection. Great. I do remember that you probably want to make sure that these rings are cut pretty deep back here because you're going to have to hammer that in. And then when you hammer this down, you know, you'll need to grave those back in. So if you're putting detail on the back of something like this, where you know that you're hammer this in, smooth so it's easily cleaned, or make these deep so these are actually pretty good. Yeah. Just through and regrave those lines back in, so that could turn into potential grief, if that makes sense. Looks awesome. All right, is there anyone else? Where are we doing? How are we doing? What's up? Oh. Did we get everyone? Crazy as Nathan. Didn't we do Nathan? You're confusing the shit out of me now. Hold on. Well, that's this. All right. I don't even know what the hell you're all talking about anymore. Did you use a texture map to cut the pattern all the way through? What are we talking about? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, that's Sid asking Randy. That's not anyone asking me. All right. Okay, guys. I am going to take my second potty break. In the time lag, figure out if we did everyone, if there are any questions, if you're not clear with the technique or anything. You know, it's already 7 here, so that's it. Someone up time. How long have I been doing this nonsense? And then I will be right back. I gotta pee. Oh. All right. Okay. So I'm done. Are there any questions before we go? Because all I know is I'm going to drive home and get into the damn hot tub. Because I hurt. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't know why it hurts more to sit here than it does at home. Crazy talk. Thank you, Mikeys, for being the person who took responsibility for that. Somebody had to, because with a 60-second lag, it takes 7 minutes to get through anything, to figure out who's next. So I do appreciate it. Oh, I know what sucks is the Thai food place is closed, so I have to go home and eat. I was going to eat Thai. You guys are fucking killing me on Thai food. It's right around the corner and I can't get it. Because on Mondays, it's perfect because I have time between the two, between class and stream. And sadly, they're not open on Mondays. Okie dokie. No Thai food for Tomas. Bastards. About world and world scale. What's your question? Get it out. Ask the question. Sid, you have a question about world scale? Ask it. Okay, when we have a 60-second lag, guys, don't ask if you can ask a question. Ask your question. Because then it means I have to say yes, and then it's another 60 seconds. Then I sit around for 2 minutes waiting for you to ask a damn question. So Sid, ask a question. Yes, it's always dropped. When you drag something in that has absolutely nothing to do with scale, that is just how big it is in your screen. Nope, it does not. Right? It's basically just doing this, right? It's just zooming in. That's all you're doing when you drag a new thing in. So I'm going to turn edit off, switch, that's fine. And so now, you know, I'm in 2.5D mode. I'm going to hit Control N. I'm going to do a little one, edit, sliders to subtool. See, it's 2 mil. Now let's turn that off, switch, Control N, drag it in, hit edit, sliders to subtool, 2. So as you can see, there's absolutely no difference in the scale when you drag it in. It's like, ha ha ha, screwed your dinner, bye. No, it's okay. I don't make plans on these days. I'm never in a hurry. All right. No more questions? Sid, are you clear with that? Is everything cool? Is that the only question? Well, Sid, there's nothing. Well, no. I mean, ask. I mean, we're here. Ask. I mean, literally, there. Is it just this? I mean, there's nothing. What is it that you don't understand about that? All right, Sid, are you asking the question? I mean, here, we're talking about scale. It's better if you ask questions in public because someone else might have the same question and then I don't have to ask and answer the question 13. Okay, no, you're good. Okay, good. I'm like, I don't know how much more question you can have about that, but we're there. Okay. Right on. I hope everyone has a good day. I don't even know what tomorrow's Friday. Oh my God, my weeks just blend together. I have no idea what the hell's going on anymore.